corner. That's quite exciting. I hope this is working. Let us know if it's working. I'm going to go and check once we introduce everything. Marcus here is today going to use his workbench.
Oh, I've already been using my workbench.
He's been using his workbench already.
I've already made this morning.
So for those of you who haven't seen this yet,
handles.
Basically every day we're putting back together the house that used to be here on Ginger Island so that people could come and stay. When we got here, there was no toilets, there was no hot water, there was no water, there was no electricity, there were no solar panels, there were no batteries, no refrigerator, there was no gas cooker. There's not a lot of things.
And there's no house.
Yes, there are actually floorboards and panels missing from the house. There were no doors in the house, and there were no windows in the house. There were just hatches. So we've been making stuff left, right, and centre. But Marcus here is a carpenter extraordinaire, and he's made doors.
I've been doing wood bodging this morning.
Should we show everyone what the little door things that you've made?
Door thing.
Fork handle. Right, now how do I turn this around? I don't know if anything's working here. We've got no messages, so we might not actually be getting out there. I hope we are. Now how do London says Martin OD. Oh good. Maybe you can hear us. I don't know. Maybe you can. Maybe you can't. Right. I don't know if I should have pressed that. I want to switch cameras. I want to switch the camera to the other camera. How do I do that? Good morning, guys. Hello from London. I don't think we mowed all day. So Marcus has made this hat stand. Dead a deer that we found. We took its antlers and we created the hat stand out of it.
It wasn't finished.
It was when you finished. It was when you finished making that. No, it's a twig. It's not an antler. It's a twig branch. And also made this handle for the door so we can close the door. How cool is it? Wellies in the way. Get the wellies out of the way. Look at that. How cool is that? We got a thing. Morning.
Made out of a branch.
Can hear.
Moldy.
Can you see us? Can see us in the chat, please. We're trying to use Restream so we can go out on multiple platforms rather than just going out on the one. I don't know how else to do this.
Should I check on my phone?
Yeah. The Restream seems to work, only connection is choppy. Oh, okay. Well, that'll be because I'm sorry, one sec. Five, four, three, two, one, and go. Yes. Okay. I think that's it. I think we've got a better connection now. Can you see? People are saying they can hear us. Oh, good. We're coming up on his phone. Yes, we did it. Okay, let's go over here. So also, what you should know. Do you want to?
Should I turn it off?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to tell them why?
Oh my goodness! Some very inconsiderate weather. It woke me up with a loud bang.
Noisy bloody weather.
I thought it was Graham coming up to my room and the earth moved, but no, it was thunder and lightning.
It was insane thunder and lightning. It was proper mad.
I mean, that was crazy, and the actual building. I thought I had an earthquake.
Yeah. It was. There was a strike that was less than a mile from here. You know when you count one Mississippi, two Mississippi, or one elephant, whatever you say, between the flash and the bang. Basically, there was no. It was just flash bang, and so it must have been around the island somewhere or nearby, and it rained solidly for 5 hours, like the most rain.
Flooded.
We are very flooded today. So I'll just show you down here. As you can see, looking down into what's into a bit of a lake below the house there. And yeah, if I show you the other side of the island, actually some of the water has actually drained away now, which is good, but a lot of it's still here. So ta-da, island flooded again. Again, it's fine because this is fresh water, so I don't really have that much of a problem with it. Just need to dig some more channels to channel it out of the island so it can drain away quickly. But at the moment, there's these puddles that have formed over the years, and basically they just fill up with water. So if we can sort that out, that'd be a good way to go. Now,
I had a plan.
Go on, what's the plan?
Let's dig a big port in the middle of the island. Look, Italian is, but not listening.
There's only 3 of us. Hey, Marcus, I've got some bad news for you, mate. You see that web there on your smoker?
Yeah.
That's golden orb weaver spider.
In
web.
my smoker.
Yeah, so there might be a golden orb weaver spider in your smoking machine thing.
So I light it.
Laying her eggs.
I'll make a new one.
Shall we get a stick of Blackpool rock out? Yeah, that seems like a good idea. How are we going to stop Ginger being so wet? Well, we can't stop the rain. Oh, hang on.
What about Ming? He can do it.
We can't stop the rain, but what we do is we can build channels. We can dig channels, which will allow the water to drain out. And also, if we can get Ishmael an engine, which is $2,500, so to save up for that, I think, if we can kind of, go for me at the end of all this. If we do that, then Ishmael will be able to help us out and bring some soil over from his dad's house on his big Kayuku. You know the big Kayuku that I had the other day when we went to get cement and sand?
That came past in my videos.
Pardon?
That big Kayuku came past, the Viking ship.
Did it?
Yeah, it came past. It is slow, isn't it?
It is very slow. It does the job, though. It does the job.
That's huge.
Proper Viking longship.
It must be loaded in the back, so the front end was almost out of water.
Honestly, normally when we're on the boat, we're just going quite fast. Ishmael likes to floor it, so we're just like bouncing over the water.
To be fair, I would like to go a little bit slow and actually enjoy the trip.
Yeah.
Because it is a bit of a hammer.
Yeah, but that trip, it took an hour and a half to get from the mainland to the island, and it was great. It was just chilling out and just watching the world go by. It was nice. Slow boats to China, man. It's the way forward.
You need a Chinese junk rig, that's what you need.
Yeah.
You need sailboats.
Welcome to the Ginger Island swimming pool. What's the bottom floor like? I'll show you. Like, we only managed to get 2 of the 3 walls that we really needed to build yesterday done. So it's a little bit flooded. It's a little bit flooded, but it's not too flooded. Don't worry. It's not like nothing we can't handle. So Navino's back, Ishmael's mate who was helping out the other day. He's back today and he's going to be helping doing the concreting. Hey, how's it going? But yeah, this is the water under the house now. This was all dry. This was bone dry yesterday and the day before. Obviously, you saw us making concrete and mixing it here. Obviously, we're going to have to get rid of this water before we do that. So essentially, yesterday, Ishmael made that little wall there, but we didn't have time to make a little wall here, so all the water just came in this. But the good news is that I'm going to get my shoes all wet. I'm just wearing my trainers. If we look in here, you'll see that the floor is all done in there. Sorry, it's half done. What Ishmael's doing at the moment is he's emptying out the water tank. He went to his brother's yesterday to get these 2 big plastic barrels to put all the water in, because obviously the water tank's full because it's been raining and it collects the rainwater. See that, right? He was going to get 2 more of them. And he got to Dolphin Bay and his engine gave up on his boat. He borrowed someone's engine and he gave up and he had to paddle. He had to paddle all the way. Did you hear that? Ishmael had to paddle all the way to his brother's. Yeah. Which is insane. I think the comments on the screen are being chopped off at the bottom. That's why I said we. Something says Cash Dummy. I think the comments are coming through at the top. Can you see us all right? Can you hear us all right? Because we're going out on multiple platforms today, which is exciting. Thanks to Restream. It wasn't working on my other phone, but it seems to be working on this phone. So hopefully this is going out on Twitter and maybe Twitch, but Twitch had a big data problem. So I think you have to reset your passwords before you can go on there now. Stop people stealing your data. I think the comments on screen are being chopped off at the bottom. I think they're coming in at the top, Lee. If someone else to leave a comment in the next 5 seconds, that'd be really handy. There we go. Yeah, it's coming up at the top. It's coming up. Sound okay? Yeah, it works fine. We can see and hear you. Okay, Marcus. What are we doing? What are we doing today, Marcus?
We're going to try and educate Graham.
Yay! How patronising.
Yes.
Can you spell condescending? It is a very big word.
Probably can, actually.
Oh, go on then. No, don't. Just go on. Explain to them what I need to learn.
Well, you need to learn how to do a half-lap joint. Now, half-lap joint is when two pieces of wood basically go over the top of each other, but they end up being flush. So you have to create a little cut on one end of one piece of wood, and another little cut in the end of the other piece of wood. What does it create? Quite a strong corner joint. There's a half-lap joint. So
we're building window frames today.
Yeah, we're building frames. I'm called window frames. They're screens. You keep calling them windows, but windows don't got glass in them. But if the joint was in the middle, and it was half lap, I think it'd be a half lap. This is before a bridal joint, when it goes over the top of another piece of wood in the middle. But because it's on the end, that's a half lap joint. Quite simple.
I think I have two screws in, like diagonal.
No. What was one? With just one screw, hold it together, and hopefully that won't be necessary in the sense that when you take the screw out with the glue and what have you, it should hold together.
Ooh, we're using wood glue, just like in school.
That's strange, that wood glue. That's like latex. I was wondering if I could make it like a body and make a latex suit.
Clash Dummy wants you to patronise me. He wants you to patronise me condescendingly. If anyone does want to patronise me, head over to patreon.com/thatgingerscouse.
Patronise away.
Patronise away. Patronise till the cows come home. I want you to. Yeah, it breaks up a bit. Sounds a bit out of sync. Yeah, that's a bit poo. Working on Twitch, says that's good.
The camera's a bit far away. You might.
Well,
is it loud enough?
If it's out of sync, that's nothing to do with the sound coming in. That's just Restream being a bit crap. So maybe we could pretend that we're in like an American movie that's dubbed into German. No, I can't do it. Morning, says Bag. Morning. Morning. How lovely is Marcus's bench? Can we just all take a moment to appreciate Marcus's bench? He made this out of
rubbish.
Out of bits of leftover wood.
Rubbish. It works. It's a job, you know. Something to work on, and it's very strong.
Okay.
And I tested it by standing and jumping on it.
Soft, strong, and long.
Yeah.
Okay, so are we going to?
Well,
how are we going to work this? Are we best putting the camera on that so we can see what we're doing?
What we don't want is light behind, really, do we? So it's probably into this corner here, so we're not in shadow.
Well, maybe pull it this way a little bit and then stand
work area.
Well, no, I mean like like we're presenting to the camera like this, like welcome to our.
Okay, so he wants like a desk.
Well, yeah, because you're saying this.
It's gonna be like Mark Weisberg.
Mise en scene. I have a desk on my live cast, don't I?
You. Although it kind of disappears sometimes.
Total tool. Those total tools are brilliant. I'm sorry.
I'm sold by them. I
used that sander. I used the sander this morning to sand down.
You grab one and you grab the other one easier. Are we going to spin it around it?
Yeah, if you want to do the other way around.
Oh, that's where we've got a shelf, so you've got the tilt point down, you can put on the shelf.
You will spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby, right round, right round.
Something like that.
I fear these gentlemen are not taking it seriously enough. Fixing up the island. Fixing a lot of islands. Hopefully it's computer. I'm not on a computer. I'm on my phone. This is on my phone. I'll be dealing with the computer because then we've got to like computer around when we move around to show you things. It's a bit of a ball ache.
Well, the section that we're using is quite small. It's 2 by 1 in Panamanian money. because it's I'd call it like inch half. Well, we need measurements first.
Ooh. Can you measure me?
Oh, you really want to? So these are all the same, you're confident that, yeah?
Sorry?
That these are all the same. Did you take measurements of these ones are all the same?
Yeah, they're all the same.
Okay.
Well, I mean, look, if they're not, then the one that I did the measurement for, but I mean, I'm not really that.
Right, okay.
Well, maybe we should measure each one.
That might be good.
So,
well,
are we going to do? Let's do this one first. Let's do this
you
one.
need some tolerances, so that one is. That one is. They're not all the same. We'll have to do them individually.
Oh no.
We're going to have to do them individually. They're all fractionally different. And we've got to try a reasonable fit because these little creepy creatures, they'll crawl for the gap.
They will. It's relating the fact that these, to be honest, it's not reversed, so it's not a mirror image. It's a bit different. I'm trying to. This is like when I'm doing my show and I'm like, I think the logo's up here or something. Live from Ginger Island. Heavens, heat on that island is getting to me. You can patronize Marcus condescendingly, of course. Yes, at patreon.com/all-shorts. All shorts and no trousers.
Oh, sorry.
Doesn't like wearing trousers.
I like wearing clothes in general, really. But it's dangerous in woodworking.
Thank God.
Well, we were hoping to batch some of these windows. They're slightly different sizes, only fractionally, but not quite. Yeah, we might as well do it one by one. It's a bit pain in some ways because what we could have done, we could have put all this timber together and done a cut through like 4 pieces at a time to actually get our joints. But this way,
Are you that much out? Are you really?
well, you're going to get some some and some will be. They won't be all the same.
Okay.
There's a centimetre out between those two.
Lumineck. Right, this is 2x1 wood that we're using. The only alternative to this was 2x2. 2x2.
Yeah, there's not much choice in timber. There something in between, really.
Yeah. So the 2x2 is like this. Right, so I'm going to show you this. You can see it well on the camera. This is the 1x2, which is kind of wobbly. You can see it wobbling there. Wobble, wobble. And this is the 2x2, which is dead solid, but really, really thick. So.
Yeah. I think
Well, no, you're in trouble.
Don't
worry, I'll keep the troops entertained. Would you like me to do a song and dance routine?
Yeah.
Heat on that island is linked to me. Heavens, rum has already been consumed. Right. So, what I can do while Marcus is chatting, funny, is I suppose I could tidy up a bit. There's a bit of a tip on this other side. Just give me 1 sec. Oh. Okay. I'm just going to knock them off for a second, but you can watch. It's okay. Let's turn the sound off. Okay, hopefully the sound should be back on now. Why is it not saying sound yet? Yeah.
Delay, maybe?
Yeah, I did turn the sound off. Yes, there's a bit of delay. Hello, hello. Hopefully you can hear us again now. Sorry about that. Marcus was on the phone and
we've got a bit of a situation.
Private conversation, so I didn't want to be.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem. I wouldn't have been worried.
I know, but still, it's yeah.
Long story short, my daughter's in hospital because of not the NHS, but because this Tory scum party, quite frankly, through in the NHS, you can't get into hospital. And my daughter was 10 weeks pregnant. She's just had a miscarriage, and they sent her home without any checks or anything. They then gave her a scan without an examination the following day, and then last night she started hemorrhaging, and now she's in hospital on drip. That's where we're heading. You're right. People will die.
Sorry, man. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's just a bummer, isn't it? Just
do the people who vote Conservative just not care? Do they not care about their own children or their own grandchildren? They don't care about themselves. I mean, you know, you gotta wonder the crazy bastards in the Jonestown cult Guyana in the 1970s drank over 1,000 of them. I know some were forced into it, but not all of them. They drank the poison Kool-Aid knowing it was poison because some charismatic leader with shit air told them to. Yeah, and this is what they're like. The Tory voters are lemmings going off a cliff.
The thing is, though, it's not the NHS. When Queen got into hospital, they've been really good. They've done the best that they can with the facilities they've got. They just haven't got enough people. No.
Just haven't. Okay, we need to check whether our sound is back on. Can someone let us know in the chat if our sound is working? Sorry to hear that, Marcus. Okay, yeah, they can hear us. They can hear us. You just missed him scooting up his ladder. Maybe we can get him coming back down. He's very fond of his ladder. He just goes up and down it sometimes, even though he doesn't need to, just for a laugh, you know. Come on, Marcus, come down the ladder. There he is.
Oh, we've got window frames to make.
We have.
After that.
Okay, cool. Sound working. That sound. So yeah, I knocked the sound off for a moment while Marcus was on the phone.
That's fine. It's been doing the right thing at all, but it wasn't a problem.
And started tidying up some stuff because where the tripod is now, it's just I'm gonna put some gloves on. Do you need me? Are you gonna show me stuff straight away, or can I just pick some stuff up?
You pick some stuff up. Okay, so basically, these very simple little screens are going to two leaves to have a joint in the middle. So all they're going to be, if that's the window, if you can see that, if that's the window opening, yeah, like so. It's not going to be just one thing opening. We're going to have a join down the middle and a hinged here and there. So that's how you write it. So the hinge is basically there, and there. And then there'll be a closing piece over the top of the joint. I'm struggling to scribbling with my hand up in the air. So effectively, there's going to be two leaves opening. So what we need to start with, we need to know what this measurement is for its full width and its full height. Plus a little bit of clearance, otherwise it'll just be constantly jamming up. And that is the worst scribble I've probably ever met. Oh, it looks ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Oh well. We need the height measurement and the width measurement. What was your start?
Height, width. What are we doing? Yeah. Okay, so Mark's getting measurements here. Hat. Have you checked his hat out? Look at that. It's called a hat flap. A bit like a cat flap, but it's a hat that you wear when you go out.
I do like the flaps.
It keeps the sun off, I think. Ooh, Lee Corn says, don't rush down that ladder or you'll end up with a wrist like me.
Oh, don't do that.
I don't think that's how Marcus would get busted. Wink, wink. Is that David Ladderman? Says Cash Dummy. It is what it is, they say. I hate people when they say that. We got the best of it, they say. The government must sort it out, they say, taking no responsibility like children or peasants. Well, the government's taking no responsibility. They're like, hey, you companies, you should have prepared for this Brexit thing that, you know, this Project Fear that we said wouldn't happen. You should have prepared for that. Because, you know, we were lying. All the people who were like Remainers, like that Dick Graham from Liverpool, they were telling the truth. You should have got ready for it. We were lying our asses off. £350 million to the NHS. Right, yeah, right you are. Right.
What happened to that?
Well, being a member of the EU made us £2 billion a week. It didn't cost us anything.
But what about the free training assets that are there?
It's like someone having it. It's like saying, oh, you know what? Owning book costs Mark Zuckerberg billions of pounds a day.
Why the hell do
That's,
give it away?
yeah, why don't we just give it away and we can use that money for something else? Do you realise you've got to speculate to accumulate, right? It's basic business. But these guys in Parliament, they know nothing about business. None of them have run their own businesses. That's why when someone comes up to them and says, hey, can I have a contract to supply PPE? They're like, yeah, because they don't have a business brain at all. They don't think about how much money
Of course they do.
it's going to cost.
Oh, well, one of them was making plastic lunch boxes or something. Was it
yeah, and yeah. Nadine Dorries writing Pulp Fiction,
yeah,
romance novels. Not the Pulp Fiction, because that would be good. But yeah, just disgraceful. Sound disappeared again. I'm missing your rants. Oh, this is not good, Rishi.
He was just ranting.
I was just ranting. Oh, it's very eloquent as well. Damn it. Oh well. Can you set up the auto cue again so we can make it look seamless? Daily Mail. Yep.
It's very frustrating.
Do you use this for anything? Because I was thinking a chopping board. About use of a chopping wood or something. Or
we could use that. We could prepare our food on that.
No, we've got a chopping board.
What could we use that for?
Right, say we were cutting something like, I don't know, plastic.
We could sand it with the sander first, and then it could be used for something. At the moment, it looks like it's got a dead cat on it. Is that a dead cat?
Let's keep it.
I think we do something. We use everything. Oh, you give me a top for a bedside cabinet.
I've got to show you this. This is the old gas pipe.
What's it say on there? What do we mean? This is the worst pipe you'd have for gas. They're swelled in places.
Hose.
Hose?
Hose?
You should be writing on it somewhere.
There isn't.
How do you know it's gas pipe?
Because it was used gas pipe.
Blimey.
My house was a death trap. I lived here for 3 years.
The new gas pipe is much better.
I didn't even die.
Anyone in the UK who's changed a gas pipe on their gas bottle for their can bottle or whatever, you know as well as I do, there's, well, a date written on it. On that date, it might say 2019 to 20, obviously then you must change it. If it's 2022, then you must change it in 2022. Otherwise, it's, well, dangerous or potentially dangerous. They have a lifespan.
It's not swell
No.
when it swells in the sweltering heat.
I would, because this is actually quite thin. Gas pipe is thick walled. Rubber gas pipe is quite thick walled, and this stuff is thin.
It's a thin wall special. There you go. Gas, baby. Oh, it was ice, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Getting me solids, liquids, and gases mixed up.
Now, in the UK, you have to hard plumb all your gas in the UK, and you can have a flexible. It can only be at a short length if you have to have them. But if it's a fixed appliance, you're supposed to be hard plumbed. So if it's a hob or something like that, it should be hard plumbed, not on a fix, especially when that's something like that. A garden hose. That's what it is.
Flexi-game.
Stop wobbling my camera.
Sorry.
How do you scroll up and down?
I've got a little squirty thing.
Squirty. Oh.
This is the old shower squirter for doing, you know, the
I thought it was soda.
No, it's a shower squirter. Okay. We're trying to sort things out. I've got so much old cable here. This is the old cabling from the house. Nice. So, old cabling, which is a mishmash of extension leads. New cabling, which is proper 3-core AWG 14. That's the gauge. It's American.
It's a bit like UK twin and earth, but without, it's got an earth in it.
Yeah, it's got 3 gauges.
Yeah, it's literally like, oh, it's got 3 cables. Not like twin and earth in UK, because the earth need to be
it's
insulated.
Not shielded, is it?
No, no.
Not sheathed.
But we'll use that for the sockets in the house, which would be good. And hopefully we can put an earth cable in.
Yes. So what would happen if we got struck by lightning like we nearly did last night?
At the moment, everything would have died.
Everything, including us. Honestly, when a lightning strike goes off nearby, right, doesn't sound like an electricity strike. It doesn't sound like boom. It sounds bomb going off. It just sounds like a bang, and there's an actual shock wave.
It's exactly like it's a gas bomb. Like a gas bottle exploded. You've probably heard it in town sometimes in the distance. Yeah, it's like earth tremor and gas bottles exploded somewhere. That's what it's like.
Oh, there.
Yeah. Crazy.
It's no good.
That was a bit disconcerting. I was a bit worried because I was thinking about the pairs that hold the house up and a vibrating house. I didn't think the two went together that well.
Oh, right. Well, I wouldn't worry about that too much. We have earthquakes here often, like once a week. So,
yeah. Okay.
It stays up through that.
Yeah. But it's deteriorating.
It won't be the lightning. It won't be the lightning strikes that demolish the house with us in it. It will be the earthquakes.
Oh.
They're only little earthquakes. They're cute little earthquakes. Wake you up by shaking your bed. Remember in the 70s, you used to have those beds in motels where you put some money in and you shook about. Yeah, it's a bit like that.
I've never been on one yet.
Are you saying you weren't around in the 70s?
Oh, I just went around on a vibrating coil bed.
Mate, no,
coil of vibrating bed. Can I get one?
I don't know, ask the missus.
No, I don't think you like that. Yeah, blue for you too. Right. What we'll do is we'll pre-cut this timber. It's going to be basically about 2 meters. It's slightly over what we need, but to make 2. But because the wood is so long, we're using that, aren't we? Yes. What else are you going to do with that? What's so annoying is when you put a mark on. Oh, here it is. I found it. I put a mark on a bit of wood. Might make 2 verticals. 2 more.
How many handles?
4 handles. You say 4 handles. So if I do one more like that, that'll be both sides on the vertical styles of the. They can sink in there.
Whoa, we can bring you in closer. Hi, everyone. Hope you have a productive afternoon, Graham and Marcus. Thank you.
We hope so too, because I've been pretty useless recently.
There was a caravan fire near us once, gas bottles leaping 7 foot into the air.
Wow.
Bloody hell.
It's quite amazing. Have you seen a gas bottle when it explodes? It literally tears open like like Alien exploding out of the body.
Priti Patel coming out.
Oh no!
That's how Priti Patel was born, actually. Rest out of him with his chest. She's the Home Secretary, the blood of acid.
There's another Satan.
Shut up.
For 3 verticals. They're $9.99.
And make fun.
So $9.99 in the there. So you've got to load them. You're going to open closing.
Okay.
So that is the final side that will be. And then we've got this one here, which is off cut. which are probably going to be cut. We've got 760. What's half of 760? Well, yeah, 380. Is that right?
Yeah.
380, 760. Yeah. Okay. Doing the final.
I think so.
Count, yeah. I'll double check. 380. That actually work out quite good on that then.
Yeah.
Very little waste. Yes, I was right.
Pretty Patel. Pretty Patel's chest burster, but not as pretty.
A chest burster.
Yeah, from Alien. You know the alien that.
Oh, of course.
Comes out and starts singing, "Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my."
Oh dear.
Right. So I have to cut the wood into the right size.
We need 2 more, or another piece.
Cut them to the exact size that you want.
They will be. That's what we need to do. But obviously, because the wood is so long, it's not in a manageable length. You're just fumbling about. You never get your cuts right. So you just reduce it down until you've got your multiple pieces of wood, so they're manageable on your bench and you can work with.
Okay.
So you end up with 4 pieces of the height and 4 pieces of the width.
What?
Yes, because there's 2 halves.
Okay.
Because you double open it.
Ah, yes.
Duh.
Okay.
So that's the offcut of doing that off one length. So that will do 2 rails.
Sweet.
Oh, so we need another piece cut off that to do that. But what we could do is actually, so okay then, instead of doing that, should we go a piece of wood?
We're making windows.
And because you double check the measurement of the height of another window, make sure it's the same height, and do the same again, and then we can put that to one side and work on this one, because we'll then have the offcut from those 2 cuts from the next window will give us the piece for this one. Then we can put this one together.
Jobs are good.
It doesn't make sense. So sort of double check that other the next shutter along. I'm trapped. Oh no!
Shut the shutters and sit in the shop. Hello everyone. Hope you're all well. Says Pooh. Hi Pooh. Use the swatch. Use the swatch, Lone Star.
So this one's not quite as high. That one was 990.
Then this house is straight.
That's fine. I just double check the measurements. That's fine.
Okay.
So what we're going to do?
What are we going to do?
Can't remember now.
With a drunken sailor.
Oh, what were we doing?
Don't make Windows 11. The hardwood is not compatible. Dun. Like it. Yeah, we're making Windows. We're actually making 11 windows. We're making 11 windows, not Windows 11. So we should have called this 11 windows. Yeah. We did get 4 pieces. Where did that piece of 2 by 1 come from there?
That's what was going to be a doorstop earlier.
Yeah, but where did that
there
come
was 4
from?
pieces of it. Someone took one.
You might want to have a word with Ishmael.
Oh dear.
Oh, I think I took one down to use for the cementing, and then you didn't use it.
Oh, you don't put cement on it because you flood your blades. God. Philistines. Stealing my wood. I knew that would happen. Wood fees. You know why? That's because the cost of wood has gone through the roof. And now they're stealing it all.
I got it.
You stole my wood. Ow! do that again.
I think we're marketing this all wrong. I think we should call it the Barefoot Carpenter, because Marcus has no feet, no shoes on. The Barefoot Carpenter. Today on the Barefoot Carpenter, we're in the jungle.
And next week it'll be the No Toes Carpenter.
The deepest jungle of the deepest darkest bar.
Or maybe Nine Toes. No, so she's got, yeah. No? Okay.
Or we could call it I'm a Carpenter, get me out of here. And I can make you eat bugs. Got them on your toe. You should name them all after the versions of Windows, but Windows 9 will be missing.
That's a bit wanted. So now we've got what we need. These two bits will be the next one.
Do you know why there was no Windows 9?
I don't know. Why wasn't there Windows 9?
Because it was a Windows 95 and a Windows 98.
That's
so
right.
in the programming code, if it said Win 9, they might think that it might get mixed up. So just to make sure it didn't get mixed up, they went for Windows 10 straight away.
Windows 98 was actually quite stable. But Vista.
Or Windows 8.
Oh, don't say it. Taboo. That's what a lot of people went to Linux. A lot of viruses. When I was at, that sounds quite silly. When I had my radio stations, I built a server and what have you to run the radio station, and we uploaded to an uplink in Kingston Media in London, and then it went to Sky Radio. And I built this server, and we had to run this thing called Jazz. It's a software for radio broadcasting and scheduling, what have you. And we got hit by, I can't remember what it was called, a Yoshi, a virus anyway. This would have been about 2002, 2003. And I was knocking Knowledge Union got hit by it, but I actually sussed it out before. And it was like a repeating virus. What it's doing is the virus was actually just using up your resources, and eventually your computer just crashed.
Overheated.
Yeah. And I sussed it before they did.
Do you know, I've got a virus on my computer called Adobe Premiere. It was exactly the same thing.
Yeah, I heard that one before.
Yeah. I missed the good old blue screens of death, Windows 98.
Ooh.
You still get blue screen of death. I still get blue screens of death on my Windows 10. And you now get a little QR code, so you can take a picture and send it to Windows and say blue screen of death.
Yeah. A mechanical fault, yeah, computer fault.
Yeah, it was Win9X, says Cash Dummy. The Naked Carpenter in a hot tub would bring the Twitch viewers in.
Win9X, was that the virus?
Please, SMB, don't give him ideas, please.
What was that again?
It's hard enough to get him to keep clothes on as it is. Do you know what I mean? As soon as we stop filming, he's like, hey! Then he's prancing around like Homer Simpson in the field of flowers.
I need to get rid of these tan lines.
Mars, what operation sister it? Bomb squad request. Sister, Mars, we're gonna die! Noob, what was wrong with 3.1?
3.1, right? That was quite stable.
That was before Windows 95.
To be fair, a lot of the banks were using that way after all the new systems come in.
We had an old fogey computer chat the other day, and Mark was like, my first computer was a 286, and I went, oh, mine was a 286 as well.
No, my first computer was an Amstrad 1512 with twin 5.25-inch floppy drives.
Ooh. Well, I had an Amstrad PCW 256, which wasn't quite as flash as the 512 because I obviously had half the memory.
No.
My first proper computer was an Amiga, a Commodore Amiga, which was amazing, a 500 plus.
The 512, no.
My first PC, I should say, was a 286.
The Amstrad 512 was slower than the 286.
Oh,
It's
really?
really old, yeah.
Oh, wow.
And a black white monitor. Or green and white.
The no, it was an Amstrad 256. Amstrad PC.
Yeah, mine was the 15.
It was green screen.
Yeah, one was used quite in back counting and stuff. So it's quite good for that.
I said, oh, and I got a 386 because I wanted to play Doom, and he went, oh, I didn't have
a 386 DX50.
Oh, dang, it was all Doom. You didn't have any of this fancy polygon
graphics. Used to make our own computers.
No 3D in 1983. 1993. All we had was raster. All we had was Carmageddon, Doom, Duke Nukem, 3D, which wasn't even 3D. It was just raster. Right, come on, get your 3D glasses on.
And Paul would take 10 minutes to load. And by the time you get to the end, you realise there's a man.
I love that. That's my favourite bit of the old days of the internet, is sending you, mate, a picture of a beautiful trans woman. And it would come up line by line, and they'd be like, "Ooh, hello." Oh, I love making people feel confused about their sexuality. Right, let's move on. Where are we?
Not now, I've lost track there.
Oh, God. Windows, we're making Windows, and we're making terrible Windows jokes. Talk about the old days of the internet.
Right, so we need to cut these all to the same length. Whoa. We need a clamp. My workshop's not finished. Clamp! Scalpel! Scalpel!
I need a clamp stack.
Beanie jig!
I need 10 cc's of adrenaline.
Hammer!
Stop. Hammer time. It's got this out the freezer. Some more water in it. Now I have ice cold water. Now I have a machine gun. Ho, ho, ho. Keep hydrated. What?
The golfing ones. I'll put the two bits again, so I'll measure across them. So 970 is the height. And I'll get a square. Square!
What? I need a clamp, screwdriver, hammer, 10 cc's of adrenaline. Start!
So we can cut with a handle, but we might as well use the skill saw. Really, I should make a little jig up.
Can I do it? Can I do it?
It's got to be straight.
Okay.
So
Can I go around the other side? Or just do
you
it?
go ahead, fine. Also, you got to make sure you've got something to cut on, otherwise you're going to be cutting through my bench.
Right. Is that my line?
That's your line. Put that wood side you got to be on.
So then I'm cut into your lovely new bench.
You do cut the bench, it's silly, won't it?
It would be. So we're using
You've
wood.
got to make sure you keep on that line.
So
On this, that's we're keeping that bit.
Right, oh, here. The other
Yeah.
side of it.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you that.
Don't follow the line.
That was the first mistake.
That was a fail,
He cut on one side of the line. That's the keeper. See that line there? You cut on that side of it. We've got to cut on this side of it.
You didn't tell me that.
Well, I did.
Don't do ESP. Wasn't paying attention in ESP class.
Let's just double check that first. It should have probably been within
Well, I
our
didn't
toilet.
do joinery in school.
And let's just check we've got this within a toilet that we use on a different window.
Is that going to be too short now?
Double check.
It's very precise.
Thank you, metal. Alright. You got to make sure the next one's exactly the same. Can you get away?
Wait.
2, 1. What I tend to make it hard. Well, I could make one here actually, and what makes sense to do so. Should we do that?
A jig.
A jig.
Make a
So you
jig.
can cut square easily.
Okay. Yes.
A lot easier. Basically, what I'm going to do, I'll have a piece of plywood and a fence, and all we'll do is then just run saw across a piece of plywood, and then wherever the cut is, and the edge of the piece of plywood is, will be where we cut, to make it a lot easier to line up.
Yep.
Make sense?
Okay.
Should we do it? Well, we've got 2 bits there already. So they're 2 verticals. And these are going to be the. So we need a bit of plywood. I've been piece of plywood.
Yeah, I've got loads.
Oh, really?
Got wood everywhere, mate. It's armoured wood.
I've got lots of 1/2 inch.
Floppy discs, pat. I remember tape.
Oh, tape to tape. Oh, that's brilliant.
Mm.
I didn't have that. That was for the big places.
Marcus is off on a scavenger hunt to try and find some more wood. He's going to try and find some plywood. How much plywood do you need?
Bit like big.
That big? There's probably some down there. I can see some plywood down there.
I'd have to use a thicker bit then.
Right by your feet.
I don't think so. I don't want to chop into bits that we can use elsewhere.
Oh, mate, be careful. He's got bare feet, right? And there's all these rusty nails sticking out of that wood. He's just standing on the wood with gay abandon.
Ow! Ah! Joke, but that probably will happen.
It probably will happen at some point. He says he's up to date with his tetanus injection. So
I am. I had last year. Not my tetanus. They're good in France. Rub it in, rub it in. Right, so I'm going to create like a little gadget. Jig. Jig. No, just a jig. It'll make life a lot easier. A big shoe make it as much small as possible. I think when those woodwork, the fence tool and those, and the wall, they do a thing called plunge saw, which comes with a rail, so you bring it on the side along the rail. So it's kind of what we're going to do with this little jig. But without the plunging. No plunging here, thank you very much. So basically, we now need, got this piece of wood, plywood, it needs a fence to run along. Don't worry about that wall with the edge, don't make any difference whatsoever at the moment. Just need a piece of wood, glued and screwed or nailed along there, which that is going to run across.
I should explain as well, if they manage to get the water tank emptied of its water, you can see, I've seen Navino downstairs pouring water out.
That tank is huge.
Yeah, 100 gallons. They're going to get rid of that water, and then they're going to move the whole tank. They're going to put it outside, and Ishmael's going to clean the inside of the tank. We were going to put markers in there with a rope around him. We were going to like dangle him, you know, like in Mission Impossible. And he was going to clean the bottom of it, but yeah.
Amongst all the dead rats.
He said he didn't want to. So
I don't think you'd get hurt again.
Yeah, that's a concern. Yeah, but if it's on its side, it should be all right. So the tank's going to get cleaned out. You need a lid. You need a new lid.
Funny to put on the side and take a video of us sticking that wrong down the hill.
I would like to know where the old lid went. It's kind of annoying. It did have a lid. Yes, but Splinters. In my early days, working for a week and saving 10 words of memory on your program was time very well spent. Remember to bring the machete out. So they're going to move the water tank onto the pad that they've already built downstairs, the concrete pad that we were working on Tuesday. And then they're going to hopefully, if they can get the cellar, it is a little bit flooded on the side that hasn't been done yet. Hopefully getting the other half of it concreted today. So that's the plan. I'll let you know how they get on. I might pop down now and again to show you how they're getting on down there. If Marcus into your tank, make sure you play the Joker on that game. the Joker on that game. As soon as the tank is empty, Ginger Island will have a drought. Yeah, probably Gingers. So it seems the way things go down around here. We're like, oh, good, the tank is nearly empty. It would be really easy to, you know, get the water out and clean it, and then the heavens opens and it fills. Anyway,
that would be annoying, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit annoying.
And it's essential to have a body wash in the morning. You sweat all night. Well, I do anyway. Dong, 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 dong. We got any tiny little nails anywhere? Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
That might do it. Might do it. Might not. Probably not. Not long enough. It's not going to be pretty, it's going to do a job. Like it, ew, that looks like a mess.
Fork candles.
Fork handles, just fork handles. Hopefully, this table's not on the thing. Probably not. Maybe. Or not. I've got some really short screws. Right, there we go. Messing about on the river. My little screws, I want them to poke through the holes, through just a little bit, just a point. I'll explain why in a minute. I've just got to do that. Do they understand? They can't. Oh, he's whispering. They can't see what you're doing.
You always need to be aware of where the hidden cameras are. For recording.
There's one screw to go just through, which it is.
Welcome to everyone just joining us to Ginger Island. This is the island that I won in a game show. I wasn't here for 5 years. The place got trashed. Putting the place back together. New doors, new windows, new cooker, new toilet, new ways, new hat stands. You name it. We're doing it. What Marcus is doing at the moment is he is making a
jig.
A jig.
Or guide the saw.
So
a jig guide.
Yeah, this will guide the saw. We have a very snazzy battery-powered circular saw made by Total, which I totally recommend because you know it's quite powerful.
And it's cheap.
Is the other battery on charge?
Yes. Yes.
Really?
That's so good. So we've got points showing through here. There's a bit rough, but that'll be fine.
Marcus,
and now we need a fence.
I flew half an hour to watch you carpenter.
Oh. Would you like a decanty?
What? Right.
A Chianti. A Chianti? A Chianti.
Actually, Italy to America is only it's only really to New England is only really a quarter of the way around the world. It's not halfway around the world. Just pick it up Alexa there up on one of his slides. Not quite nice. And I believe that you don't pronounce Chianti that way either.
I ate his Chianti with some pepper beans
And a nice liver. A bit worried about all these golden orb weaver spider webs that are all over the place here.
I love you.
It makes me think there's going to be a surprise orb weaver spider jumping out of us at some point.
Are you an agoraphobic?
Surprise spider. An agoraphobic is someone who is scared of marketplace. Well, the outdoors actually. It comes from the Latin agra, meaning marketplace. Oh my God.
Right, what is the one that is square? Oh, what's that one square? What these more screws?
Are you using those little butter ones that I got?
Yeah, these are the ones that came with other stuff that we hadn't used. I don't even know where those ones are yet.
Shit. Probably in the bottom of the bag somewhere. That'll be fun. I bought some 3/4 length screws to screw in the corners of the frames for the windows that we're making, and we can't find them. So yeah, we might have to start this job and then work on something else.
Oh, you can't find screws. Oh dear. So I'm going to use this square here. So I can work out where this is going to go. You said that. I'll put one screw in first. I'm going to just put two. There's a bit of glue on there as well. Got a bit of glue. Shouldn't be good. Put it into a little glue pot ready.
This is wood glue.
It's a bit like latex.
Smells like the glue that you got in school when you were.
You sure? It doesn't smell like PVA to me. It smells like latex.
Welcome to Sniffing Glue with Marcus and Graham. Hi!
Glue!
How's your Thursday going?
Have you got a bag to put it in? Put that one in first. Put it in.
Well, do that in first.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting some long messages coming in
Really?
on the screen. It's nice though because the messages actually stay on the screen, unlike on the other version. Really. My first computer occupied a room. Mark says I started off on a PDP-11. Well, it wasn't mine, but access to teletype connection with the local university computer department. Ginger says my room in college had a hidden spider web with a nest in it. I found out when I woke up one morning and the babies had hatched and bit my arm. I was covered in spider bites.
Oh,
Nothing terrifying about that, Gingers.
no. He's sleeping with a great orb. I won't weave the orby type spider thing. Orb weaver spider, that's it.
Golden orb weaver.
Oh, that's it. It's quite pretty.
I don't see them spinning an orb. It's a bit weird that.
Right, at the moment, look. Oh, something I forgot. Where's that saw? Saw.
The second saw.
Yes. So I forgot about the screw because I'm relying on the distance of the fence to there. So the fence is going to run along a piece of wood there. I'll just put a screw in. I might where it's going to cut. So I'll put a screw there. That'll cut the off anyway at that point. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is, oh silly, I'll put it onto the edge there like so. And now I'm going to do my cut. That doesn't make sense now. But basically, this piece of wood here would go up against something then that piece of wood will be square to this piece of wood. So you can then bring your saw along there like that and cut square the end of the other piece of wood.
Job's a good one.
So I'm just going to set up a bit tidier. Oh, smelly. Did you go? Can you smell that? It smells sort of a bit sulphury. I'm just going to wax it, baby.
If you could do me a favour, if you go over onto Twitter today, at any time, please use to call the people who voted for Brexit dickheads, morons, stupid people, thickos, whatever insult you like, as long as you are insulting their intelligence. Please do that, because, oh my God, look at the shit. Look at the shit they've left us in. They shouldn't be able to get away with it. We need to call them out. And for years they said, oh, you can't call everyone who voted for Brexit stupid. Now they're saying, well, actually, we were stupid all along, and it's your fault for not convincing us that we were stupid or something. I don't know.
Oh, we've got another square jigsaw Arsenal. So now we can get Makin again. I'll make life easy for you, mate. Grant, remember now is, why this works so well is that edge here now is perfectly where the edge of the cut is, because I cut it with a saw. So all Graham's got to do now is find his mark, put his cut to where the mark goes, put it on or whatever, and then do his cut using his jig, and it'll be square. Is that a plan?
Is that a plan? Is that a plan? Is that a fact? Is that a fact? Is it myth and mystery?
I don't know.
What Labour need to be doing now, not just going on about the negative effects of Brexit, also need to be going on about the fact that there has been an absolute lapse. Okay, there's been an absolute lapse in conduct in professional office, in public office. Sorry, it's been and they should make a big thing about this. They should be talking about decency. Use the word decency.
Yes.
In public office, because the Tories won't have a fucking leg to stand on. The fact they're not making a huge thing about this is mind-blowing.
Yes, do not call the Tory scum, and do not call them a liar. Ask for the question, are you a liar, Mr. Prime Minister? Is that what you mean?
No, I mean, like, Labour should be making mileage about the fact that the Tories are all corrupt as sin. And they're all of them are on it, and they're just making loads of money out of the suffering of you and everyone you know if you live in the UK.
Well, it's lost.
I've got those nails out.
Oh, well done. That could hang up.
We need to clean up a little bit.
Well, yeah, a bit of sand, a mess. Not doing much, is it really? But what you do is, I suppose what you need to do, because I've already done it. Move to France, if you can. Oh no, you can't.
Oh, I'll move to Panama. I can only live in France for 3 months now, thanks to the dickheads who voted for Brexit. But I can still live here in Panama for 6 months without having to ask anyone's permission.
And that's not because of Brexit.
Well, it's because it's a developing nation and they need some money. Right, so what now?
Right, which ones did you cut already? That was too short. This one. Got 2 there. Make sure there are ones.
Can you come around this side?
I keep doing it, don't I?
Yeah, because
I'm
just
sorry.
back to the
I
camera.
know, but this is how I
Set it
work.
up. Set it up.
It's just how I roll, you know.
He's a bit shy. He's a bit shy.
I can't help it.
Camera shy. Hates being on camera.
Oh, I can't stand it.
why he only does it for life, Adam. 17 hours a day.
Where's the other ones? Two we've cut already. Two we should do identical. Not those two. Must be these.
For those of you just joining us, we're making some windows. We are making some windows for our tropical house here on Ginger Island. The house that got ransacked many years ago, and we're building it back up. We're building back better, as the Conservatives might lie.
Crossrail. There's another one. That's Crossrail as well. Let's have a Crossrail one. Crossrail.
I thought it was called the Elizabeth line.
Right. So now, what we can do is make sure we've got clean ends together. We need 4 bits identical. Like so.
Ooh, that's not right.
Just too long. These are the length. You don't cut those yet.
I see.
Right, so what you do with this then, see, push this along to wherever you want to go, and the little nuts. The reason why the screws go part way through is that you don't need a clamp. You can push down with the saw.
Cool.
See? Do another one there. Really.
Okay, so we need a couple of blocks to put that up on. So
No, need to.
table.
We just need to make sure we've got our end measurement. So I'll do this one, and then you see what you need to do those crossrails, yeah? That is the one. We're going to go for that one. There it is. Pencil top. We've got a line across the whole lot so you can see. That's the one. I'll cut them off. Yeah, we had a long clamp. I would clamp it there, but don't let that on the reach. That one. Okay, well.
No, because you
No, it's not.
got it back.
We'll have to stick with what we've got.
Well, I could hold it.
Oh, I'll do it. Sorry. So what we'll do now, that chair has got to go up to where I want the cut to be. So the stuff we keep is all to the left. Like so. So. Woo! That's why you make a little jig. If you make a jig, it makes life easier. You know, a bit of repetitive work. Make one. Right, so there are 4 verticals. Yeah, so you've got to think about your rails. These are the stiles. They go that way up. And now we need our rails. There's 4 of them as well.
Okay.
And we said that's for use.
Yeah.
So first of all, you want to put them together and make sure you've got 2 ends that are square. Do that a bit easier. Clamp them together like so, right? And then wherever you like, not too far in, so you can make it go too short. Just trim the end so it's square, right? And then we'll put the next cuts. Once we'll then use them to measure those ones.
Okay, so make sure they're nice and square.
Cut, make it easy. Not too close.
Back there.
Because you've got you. That's what we're doing.
Are we cutting these in half?
Yeah, basically you cut them in half. Was it 38 ones?
They're slightly different.
Doesn't matter, they're going to be 38s. They're over length anyway.
Okay, so a bit like that, I guess. That makes sense.
I personally stand how I was a minute ago because I was very comfortable. You're on the top there. Turn it right round again. Look how I had it a minute ago. The clamp was about to fall off. That way, man. So, and put that on there. Just square the end of those 2 bits with it.
Square? Yeah.
No. Oh, that's all what I meant. You've got the meant for there. Cut it.
Oh, right.
So we've got clean. We wanted a clean cut.
Oh, I see.
So we just cut on a centimetre off the end. They went long enough, so
Sentence.
yeah, about centimetre-ish. And use your jig. That's it. And be conscious of the jig, keeping it that to the fence and down. Perfect. Let the blade stop before you lift it up because you don't damage the jig.
Okay.
The blade, yeah? Was that easy?
That's easy.
Easy
Right.
squeezies.
Easy peasy.
Lemon squeezy.
Lemon squeezy. Right. Okay. So, how long is this going to be?
Remember, it was 38, weren't they?
38 centimeters.
So it's 38 centimetres total. That's the bit you want to keep. No, just let's move it this square. You don't need to do loads of measurements.
Oh.
Just do one's enough. Or do you like? Put lines of others if you like. Just go across. Just go across. That's down.
Okay.
That's what you got to keep. And with this jig, because the way it works, you put that up to the line, right? Because whatever that is, that's what done with the saw cut originally. Well, that means that lot will be the correct length, and that will be the sacrificial. So you will be working that way that it's comfortable. So I'd move that clamp to that end, move that clamp to there.
Yeah.
Yep, perfect. Squeeze that up. Right, spin it around. Pretty much do what you did a minute ago. And then cut that off square. That's right, that's it. Yeah, put that side of it. That line goes there. So line up your line.
Okay. Let's go on one side of it or the other, or just bang on the line?
Just so you can just about see the line.
Okay.
Yeah, there, look. Yeah, perfect. And then make sure you hold it. Put your fingers on there. That's it. You're using the saw to hold it down because it's got. That's it. Well done. And you let the blade stop this time. So those two bits are the correct. No, they're the correct ones, aren't they? So they should be. Yeah. Hang on. 38, and they are square on the ends. So if you can make a jig, make a jig. So you need to do that again, basically. Ah, we're getting hooked.
If there's anything else, I mean, we have.
So normally I don't like doing this, but because I'm going to use this as a measuring stick. But because I'm using this jig, I can pretty much guarantee I'm in exactly the same place every time. Because if you just say, for instance, use like multiple measurements, the same piece of wood again and again, you get the cumulative error. I'm going to put another screw. Think that. I'll do this screw drill bit.
Sorry, you lost me for a while. I need to talk to Ishmael. I need to send a message. Right, is that not true?
We're going to be cutting that off in a minute. And why I got my drill bit. I'll do that. Look at that.
It's going to be 38 as well.
Yeah. I've already marked. I'm just going to another screw in there. Take grip.
He's putting a screw in.
Because it's a bit of the whip, so obviously that's not gripping, so it can move.
Okay.
Do what you did last time. Well, we'll just make sure we put the pressure. You actually on. Obviously, just go rock over. Okay, let's tie it up. Make it on the line. Yeah. Mind your fingers.
On the line, mind your fingers. This turns off really quick. Like it just stops.
Yeah,
my old.
like
The one I've got at home, it goes on and on and on. You go, yeah, just stop. Tag. I got tag.
Got a blade break on.
Dangerous. Look at that, mate.
High voltage.
Shoddy workmanship.
That's you wave it at the end, but you said you just caught it the blade a little bit. That's all right. We've got to cut these as well, so they're actually half of that joint. This is when we wish. I'll do it again. Oh my god! I'll never get a job with the BBC.
Barefoot Carpenter on BBC One. Seriously, man, it could work. It could work.
Singing gardener.
Yeah, the Barefoot Gardener. And the Barefoot Contest would be like.
Now I've got joints.
Okay.
And there's quite a few. You might get one bit unstuck. Basically, that piece will be joined to those pieces, but the joint effectively is full length. So imagine the piece of that material being removed, and the piece of that removed, and they're then come flush.
Yep.
So if I do one and show you,
It's the tricky bit.
well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to do it
This is where I get to use your chisel.
Yes, actually.
Yay! I get to touch his chisel.
Ooh.
That was handed down from him back to him from his great grandfather Malcolm Kett, who
It's my dad.
led Kett's rebellion and was hung, drawn, and quartered.
That's Robert
for
Kett.
his. No, Malcolm was his less sexy younger brother.
Robert Kett was a bit of a tyrant, really. But he knew that putting land taxes on the borders, on boundary taxes, it affected them getting paid.
Yeah.
So he told his peasants to have an uprising. That's what he did. So can we get free clamp together?
Yes. Can we do it here, or is that going to be difficult?
I'll do that. Sorry. I was very conscious of you guys. Any lovely. No.
Okay.
Actually, I might just do two. So it's got to about that. Because the edges where the edges is making it rock, and that means this cut and basically won't be the same all the way through.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Unless
you do it on the side.
I've set the depth for this. Hopefully, half the thickness of these pieces of wood. Now what we're doing now, is cut that on that line.
So basically, with a skill saw, see this plate here. You've got a lever right here, and you can move it up and down. So depending on how deep you want to cut, deep, or you can make it half a centimetre deep if you want. We're going for half an inch.
Right. What I'm going to do now is I'm just going to cut that halfway through on these ends. That's the plan.
You haven't taken into account the.
What an idiot! You're home somewhere. That's why it wasn't cut. What you need to do? Silly me. I'm glad you pointed that out. I've made myself look like a fool.
Don't worry, no one's watching. Except for those lovely people watching out there in YouTube land.
So that's probably about halfway.
Some of them are in very sorry.
Oh dear.
I'm very
Why
sorry.
would you say there?
Oh, because I've got friends and family there. Got People got a job there. It's not so easy.
Move them all. We all have jobs to make a difference.
It's like those horrible Brexiteers when someone said, "Oh, I'm leaving." Like, oh, you know, it's 20 quid to get the ferry, and it's like to move home, to move to a different country. Jesus.
I had someone doing my yes, this morning, and from one of my, he said, "Stay in France, then." It's 20 quid.
Stay in France.
Yeah. So I was worried away. Like, you give me money. Why would you do that?
I don't know, but he did, so that's good.
Unless I misunderstood him.
No, I've had some trolls. I've had some trolls on my live show sometimes, like actually giving money on super chats so they can troll. I'm like, well, you're gonna give me 2 quid. Say what you want. Right, so we show that to the camera. Okay. So, what Marcus has done, he's created a little slit in the wood that you can see. It's halfway into the wood. Your battery needs charging. Oh dear, does it? Seriously? No. We're on 61%. Graham, the connection is not good at the moment. Choppy sound and video. Don't know what I can do about that.
I got to chop out the excess material.
That might work. You also got a super chat. Yay, we got a super chat. Thank you. I'll check that out, what it was on my laptop. Just one second. The internet, mate. The internet.
Not restreaming. Did we restream or?
No, I'm going to do a speed test. Fast. Big thanks to the singing Buddhist for that super chat. Thank you. Thank you. We got a £5 super chat.
Oh, cool.
We'll spend it. Cracking horse. So do the whole thing, chiseling it out.
Sorry?
Did you chisel out the whole thing?
From there?
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can do that. But the problem with this wood is, at such a coarse grain that way, it tends to break the fibres, not necessarily cut very well.
So how did you do it?
That's why I don't do it. So,
I didn't see it. Sorry, I was trying to sort the internet.
I was showing them in that. I thought you were there. I was cutting it. Oh, you were cutting that way?
I was inside because I looked on there to try and sort it out. People were saying that the signal's not very good.
I'm doing the best, am I?
Well, what I don't want to see, Graham, if you slip with this and chop with your fingers, it's all about control. You're not trying to just force, you're trying to control the chisel. So you're not trying to push past. You're always just trying to put the force, but as soon as there's no resistance, you stop. Do you understand me? So you're not trying to do the correct kick, banging the nail in. You're actually just trying to think about the here and now, the vicinity that you're working in.
Cool. And ways of karate for a menial task.
Wax on, wax off. The idea is that.
Oh, perfect.
There's a half that one.
It's quite advanced, though, isn't it?
Advanced?
Yeah, like advanced carpentry.
Well, not half that joint like that, but there it is. You've got that shoulder, and you've got that shoulder there. Once that's fixed and screwed together, your frame is good and strong. Whereas if you just try to button them up like that and put a screw through, you're going to get this going on. And in the end grain, it'll split. There's no way that's going to hold for very long. Whereas these will last. They'll last years.
Excellent.
It's pointless. False coloring. That's the phrase. It's technical. Okay. That's that way. I just need to maybe make that out of there. Might be taking a little while at the moment. Once you get the hang of it, once you've done one, come a little quicker. If you see what I'm doing, I'm pressing with a hammer. I'm not trying to whack, whack, whack. It's all about control. Speaker. No? Chiseling away. Beaving away. Whatever you do.
So it shows the camera. I know the resolution's not so great, but you can see what Mark has done here. He's cut out the piece of wood there. Yeah, he's cut that out. And so you get the next piece of wood. So that's going to be one bit of the window and this another bit. And they actually marry up like that, which is lovely.
No, it's not a dovetail joint.
Although those two pieces aren't going together, are they?
That they're not.
Well, shouldn't you chisel them to the correct pieces that they
Well,
are?
no, because they should be half. Be done with it. And we'll get that one done. We've got some of them. They should all be the same, and then we'll tweak it at the end. Yeah. So what I did, I thought you sure. Just clamp two bits together like so. You can't really can clamp them. We use that as a guide or something as a guide to mark the end. That's the width of the wood that we're using. Don't use a microwave across, as long as these are together. That would probably be clamped.
Together forever.
I mean, your saw's already set up. All you've got to do, cut that to that mark. Because it's always at the right depth. Yeah? a bit of wood on it. So we'll use that square which is here to make life easy for you. Yeah, I
So,
my eye, but
what we do is we get the wood, and obviously this we want. So we cut a piece in exactly 1/2 inch in depth. Hope you can see that.
so now what we're going to do is set this square up 4 grams up the end halfway easily. An easy way of doing that, instead of measure it, just get your square, eye it up so it's about right. Oh, that looks about in the middle. Tie it up. Then mark it here, and then we turn it around and we just have a look. Oh, I see that it's in the middle. So now I've got to extend that little bit until it's in the middle of the lines. But now I know if we do this. Like a pencil.
But Marcus, got the news in. Panama staying on the red list.
I told you.
Why Panama? Hardly anyone is dying here.
Bugger! I've got stuck with you for another 10 days.
Just ridiculous. The Costa Rica. Is Costa Rica still on the list? We just won't tell them.
Technically, they don't know.
They'll never know.
That's good.
All these
Actually.
videos that were made from Panama. Yeah, Costa Rica isn't.
Isn't?
No.
That's what you got to do then, isn't it?
Panama's on the red list and Costa Rica isn't.
Why is Panama on the red list?
I don't know. But what I could do is I could go to Costa Rica and spend 8 days in Costa Rica. It's so stupid.
Yes, your passport will be stamped, won't it?
Yeah.
From Panama.
Yeah, and then I spent 10 days. In
Yeah, I get that. I'm saying you can't really call it.
No, I can't call it. No.
So what I've done now, because I've used the square to set the distance, make it a bit easier for Graham, so he knows where he's got to chop. Yeah, that is our. That's what we've got to remove. Do it all the way around if you like. Yeah.
Okay.
Always look from the cut face, because that's what I've done for you.
We'll show that to the camera. You can see Mark's put a line down the middle there. Just put a line on that side as well. Line on that side.
You probably don't need
Help me out.
What you've got to be careful of is when you chop that out, Brian.
Yeah.
Don't try and. Oh yeah, that's good for the line and chop.
How did you do it? I didn't see it. I was in the other room.
I'll do that one and I'll print that one up for you. I clamp down. Yeah, we haven't got a voice. But again, I would use a voice for this anyway. I would use a clamp.
Should we use a bit of wood so we're not getting clamp marks on
It's hoping to be sanded anyway. And they'll pop out.
So we do use the chisel.
Yes, use chisel.
Ah.
But what we don't do is we don't try and take it all out in one go with a chisel. Oh, did you think I cut down there?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be asking for trouble.
Yeah.
Basically, you start about halfway. Yeah, you'll stand there. You can sit down. You start about halfway. Because grain is not straight. And if you try there, the likelihood is the grain might be going down, and then you'll be taking more material out in the form of a split. Yeah. Well, halfway longish. Get that bit out. Yeah. And then you can whittle it down bit by bit so you're comfortable that you. That was just going to go up. So your tummy. Oh, pickle. Well, that cow was going all night again. One was dying. And the rest of it, what's on the side of it, you still see.
Yeah.
And what you do is about the control again. See, we took the worst. Come on this side, mate. So I took the worst of the material out. No. So I took the worst of the material out, the bulk material out. Now control. Never put your hands in front of you. You might see me do it. I've been doing this for dogs. Just use the chisel and guide it into the end grain of the saw cut. And when that chisel doesn't seem to be cutting properly, peel the wood as it is at the moment, it's peeling out the bones, you see, you know that you must sharpen that chisel. There you go.
Cool.
So then that goes on there.
There you go, peeps. So you can see there, a little bit there, and a little bit there.
Am I going to leave it tweaking towards when you start joining together?
This other bit slaps onto there like that. Ta-da! And we get a nice solid corner.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay. So, did you see what I did regarding marking the end? That one's always been ready to go. That's over there, mate.
Ah.
Pencil. So you do it from the cut face, Probably where the side of the cut's been made. It's the same all the time. You always work one face all the while. Otherwise, you might get an error. Yeah, it's a new guide. It's just visual guide. It's not actually something accurate. Do this way like that. All right. Yeah. So grab the chisel.
Ooh, let me touch his chisel.
Well, you use it for woodworking. And not a chisel, and not a screwdriver.
So about there then. We should start on this side.
You hold the chisel in the wrong place. I know you think, you're supposed to use the handle, but very little roll like that. And you're pointing the chisel upwards. You do that. You want to point the chisel flat. Or have the chisel flat.
I do another chisel. Like that.
Like that. Don't hold the sharp bit then.
No. This is there.
Yeah.
Just gently.
Right. See that one there, the grain's going down. So you can see what's happening there. The grain's trying to go down a little bit, which is good. I think good, but it's fine because you've gone quite high enough up there. You're above the lines. It's not a problem. So pull that away. Get that away. Try and keep the chisel flat. If you're not sure, just stop and. You can idea.
Right, now should we just start doing this now?
You could go a bit further if you wanted to. Take it a little bit closer to the line. Not there. Low down. Take it a little closer to the line. Just a little bit at a time. Right,
Yeah,
half
so
again, yeah?
miles away.
That's it. All the way to the end. That's it. Next one. Just flat. That's it. Yeah, that's good. You notice that the long, smooth cuts you do are better than the short ones.
Yeah.
You've got the idea. Make a nice brass and that use yet.
Something.
That's it. Just a little down, well, just a downward slice there. You'll take that end bit off. Turn it around. Just flat to the flat. That's it. Just knock it out. A little bit too much out there, but we'll deal with that on the next cut. So that.
You're taking too much out.
Oh, you push it towards your hands.
I'm just trying to use it.
There, that side there is lower than the line there. You see that?
Yeah.
I'll be on the opposite. Right, now let me show you about this. Because what you don't do is you're relying on your body wobbling about like so. You need stability.
Stability.
Yeah? Stability. That's why this counterbalance. You need to grow it a little bit more. But anyway, use a table if you've got it. Right? And all I'm going to do is I'm going to use my thumb, put downward pressure on the chisel, and I'm going to literally peel the wood away. Keep the chisel flat. And if it feels like it's trying to go deeper, and you don't want it to, just relax. Just slow yourself down, and well, do it like a bull and china shop basically. And just peel it. See that? Use this as the chisel as the lead. Okay, look. You know, you do the next one. That's right. Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
That's two completed. There's four. I've got to cut that one. Do that in anyway. Come on, you got time for eating? Leave the mobile phones at the door. You can all be there.
I'm probably getting myself here, so.
What?
Well, I don't know what I haven't seen it 2 months. Right, what are we doing? We've got it on this side?
No, do it on that. Cut that line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not straight. That line's what I look for.
Little line, that's fine.
Tools. You best doing it that way with that. And
You do what you like, really, I
I
suppose.
was going to not leave them out.
I'd like to know why there's a clamp that actually leaves like a gouge. It's not just a compression mark. It's like the bottom of the clamp, on the shoe of the clamp, has got a rough bit on it. A rough bit.
Hi, Panama. Like, why leave Panama on the list? I'll have to look it up online and see how many places have been left on. But, like, seriously, there's probably only about 3 tourists in the whole bloody place, and we're 2 of them.
Yeah.
British tourists, anyway.
Down the bottom of that money. Are they using it away to get trade deals?
47 countries to be removed from the red list.
There's still 40.
No, 47 countries to be removed from the red list.
When are they going to remove themselves?
The only countries that will remain on the red list are Peru, Ecuador, Colombia, Panama, Dominican Republic, Haiti, and Venezuela. What are they doing this on bloody? By the looks, by the sounds of it, by time zones. Oh, man. I can't believe like countries left on and Panama's one of them. Jesus Christ.
I understand if they've got a problem there. Don't cut yourself, Graham. I just saw sweat off. Yeah, hair. Next to a sweat.
Wow. Panama had all of 5 deaths from COVID yesterday reported. My God. So get this straight. We're in a country where they had 5 recorded deaths from COVID yesterday. And the UK has got 143 cases of deaths, not cases, sorry, deaths from COVID. 143. Oh God. And I know that the UK is a much bigger country than Panama, but it's not 50 times as big.
It doesn't make any sense because the UK's got who's
30 times as big. Hi, Stephen. Sorry, we just found out Panama's going to stay on the red list, which means that I either stay in France for 10 days or stay in Costa Rica for 10 days. Because Costa Rica's not on the red list, even though we're literally 50 miles from the border with Costa Rica. Actually, it's less than that, isn't it?
I mean, a dodgy bus.
Yeah. For God's sake.
It had pink fluff on the ceiling. done. Carry on with this for you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. A bit upset.
No, I'd be you. Go back to France. You had to do it.
Oh, it's a beautiful country rolling the hills. It's just like the Tubbies, that is. I do agree. You should go out when you had a chance, mate.
I have no chance. I can't leave. How can I leave the UK?
No, before
What do you mean?
2015.
No, but my mum and dad are there.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Catherine's there.
That's it. We lived in England. That's what the thing is, we didn't really know what the score was, did we? Because we had this miraculous deal. All unready. It was. Oh, I don't know what to say. I've just done 3 since you sat down. Sit down.
Shit. Yeah, you'll be a bit quicker at doing that than me.
That's it,
You
just
start a
discuss it.
production thing. I could do the slices.
You could actually do that if you want, yeah, why not? But don't knock yourself. You managed to do well. The first time you ever done that, not okay. Just, practice, control. All it is, just practice.
We're going to do so many.
I know,
Get the whole production line going.
Not as long. once. That's how. A little speed up. Oh, I was off the line. Nothing you can do, make life a bit easier, is instead of just doing that one line the circuit for, you can do things coming back. You can use it as a guide. Now, for my workshop, using my DeWalt radial arm saw. It's not a saw like that, but it's on rails. So it runs parallel with a bench. It's a fixed unit, a fixed machine. And then I'd have a thing called a dado cutter. Now, what it is literally it's like a wide, it's a stack of and it creates a wide cut, anything from the width to blades right up to ½ inch in this case. Okay, so I'd have I'd be pulling the saw through and then we'll cut backwards and forwards. Have a perfectly flat and true joint. Really quick and easy. See there, what I've done there, just a little bit different, not like that. And now that'll be a bit easier to chop out. You're less likely to follow the grain, you see, when you cut ridges. Not really a problem, no, I don't know what Sorry, there's no dovetails here. Jeremy asking that. Was Jeremy asking about and cut a dovetail? Was it cash dummy? Do it that way. You can see, you can see. Peel that way hand, but you need different ways. Jab a bit ordinary. Bit of an angle. Bit of a hose. oil back. Yeah, they bought oil yesterday. Yeah. Right, let's try with visualization. We've got two, one half done, and the other half is half done. So, there. That's okay. What we end up having is that. So that will be a fairly strong little frame, which then we can attach the teacher netting to. Maybe do another drink, I think.
Typing.
Typing angle.
What are you seeing? Typing. What's that angle? Like when they said that they were going to cut it down, it meant not be able to go home. You know, like.
So the rugby call that again.
2 weeks. In a fortnight, I'll be home in a fortnight, and now it's going to be another month. Pretty much. This looks nice.
Well, it's strong. It'd be felt to be strong. So even though I wasn't convinced that's going to be thick enough, but I think this is teaching it on. I think we're quite strong.
Mate, we need to find the half, no, the 3/4 inch nails. Screws.
And the screws will probably go right through, and we'll clean them off with a grinder on the back. It's a good thing because you don't want hardly any screw in the wood, you know what I mean?
Well, they're the ones above. Right. Panama is staying on the UK red list. I know. Yeah. So that's why I keep going off to text my girlfriend. She's not happy. I'm not happy. Boris Johnson. We're probably two of the only people in Panama right now. And you live in France. Be one of the only people currently holidaying in Panama from the UK at the moment, and I've left it on the list. We are 30 miles from the Costa Rican border here, and they're not on the red list. It's just it's so arbitrary. They've done it on time zones, mate.
Always surprised.
And they're not very good at geography. I mean, you know,
they did France.
They didn't even know the importance of the Dover crossing.
Is it important?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But Dominic Raab's an idiot who thinks that misogyny can also be against men. Anyway, yeah, there's no physics between Colombia and Panama. There's an area called Darien Gap, which is impenetrable jungle. It's really dangerous. There are gorillas living in the jungle who come out and kill people. If you try and go through there, you don't want to go through the Darien Gap. There's official border points either, so you can't get your passport stamped into Panama. Come that way. That being the case, if you go to countries in South America like Ecuador and Colombia stay on the red list, fine. But it makes no sense whatsoever to put Panama on the list as well. They only have 5 deaths. 5 deaths. But a population of 4.3 million here in Panama. That's 1 in 860,000 people. Meanwhile, they've had over 1,000 deaths recorded from COVID, and the USA is not on the red list.
That's all about trade. What's it?
Why Panama? Probably so people who have sailed through the Panama Canal, you know, like cargo ships. Even different. Anyway, we're making windows. If you'd like to help us out, obviously we're trying to sort the island. We've only got about 2 more weeks to go. If you'd like to help us out, there is a GoFundMe. I'm sure many of you have it, but it's GoFundMe, and help restore Ginger to its former glory is the full title. You can have Google it, or I'm sure someone nice might put it into the chat if Cash Dummy or if Glasgow's watching. They would put it into the chat. Would be great. What do you do about that then? Like that?
Nothing at the moment. Put it together, let glue go off, and then we clean it all up with sanders. Sander. You got one.
Colonel Sanders. Okay. So,
yeah, thought you just square and you'll square it up. It should be pretty square anyway. Because, you know, as long as the joints are tight, tweak it. Oh, I think it's away. So just make it square in there. Up. Well, basically, screw it up tight because we could want to screw something out of the way. Let it go off and get back into the bar. Yeah?
Yep.
So now we need together.
That needs glue on it first.
Yeah. Obviously. Do a little pot like that, so they don't keep it dust in the pot and the glue. A little cat. That will do. Put the glue in there and we'll just use that. One more problems. Angry Graham. So I'll put the glue, keep transferring something into the glue pot, or then it contaminating the glue with something. So I'll just use that instead. You need to drill, you can do that, can't you? Drill all the way through in each corner, so you put the joint together. Wait. Just joint them tight. Bring it over there. I do. Yeah, you only need to go through the edge of its wood. You don't have to go through the edge. Just easy with a drill. You've got quite a small drill bit there, it can snap. Go and bring it a bit. Do the same everywhere, yeah? Okay. You won't work capital, they point by counting them. That's a point, they're like plasterboard screws, they're bugle-headed screws. They're literally like plasterboard screws. It's probably quite good on this wood because the wood's quite coarse, you know, in the timber. So we've got to put that screwdriver back in. Now we've got to glue everything up. So what we do is use the lumps in it, glue on like so, into the corners. And I'm using a piece of cable.
Spatula.
There's no lumps from the drill. It's just like latex. It doesn't sort of smell like PVA, sort of cross between PVA and latex. Spreading the goo. Make sure there's no lumps. I'll stop them going together. Oh, you don't.
I have fingernails. Black.
Do I think I can make a cart across? Actually, I think you could. Actually, it'll take about 50 years, but you know. That's what Jacob Smogger's saying.
We're not doing that one yet, are we?
What you want to do all first? Oh no, sorry, that's the other window. Be careful, don't mix them up. That one there to do, this one there.
I'll keep track of which goes into which. So is this the bottom one?
Yeah.
This is the top one. So we do this, and we've got 21 more of these to go.
What? Well, this is the prototype.
And the prototype, you are an inferior production model. That's what I tell the animals. There you go.
Right. Well, I've got that right around. That's going to go on there like so. That's going to go on there like so. move that over. We'll whack our screws. Make sure that joint is always make sure they're pulled up tight in both directions. Yeah, it's not just that way as well.
You clamp it.
Oh. Maybe we can drill all the way through those screws.
Do they go in a bit more?
No. It's not going in as cross. I can take it out. The screws are so what's this thing? Those other screws. What's it thingy? Right.
Then?
Yeah. That's all that we use. And this one.
Yeah, look nice.
Don't go all the way through because you've got to be a bit off bench. And you know what happens when you go all the way through? But stop. Hang on. Well, I think we need counting. The head's on in early. But it did squeeze the glue. Let's good. Let's grab it a little bit. No, bring it a minute ago. Oh, we haven't got counting bits, which is the head goes right there.
Oh, the screws are out.
Well, we'll pop them through. We'll stand them at the angle on it. That's what I was saying earlier, I don't know if you heard me, but off having them pop through a little bit, you've got to spin, and there's no bite in that last 18 inches of the screw. So it's better that the screw go on this job, the screw go all the way through and just knock it off the angle on it with the sanding disc. Make sense?
Yeah. Destroy the sanding disc.
Yeah, probably. They're sacrificial, aren't they? Like that.
Like a lamb to the slaughter.
Sacrificial. That's it. So slowly I went when I was doing that. So you don't want the bite, you just want to. Oh! That's right. That's right. That's it. Sure, just look. What's going on? Biting, screws are biting, which is good. That's it. That's up to. Don't take away because you'll just rip the threads through the wood. Fine. Now what we'll do now is make sure it's square, and then put it to one side and forget about it.
What if it's not square?
Well, then you just wiggle it until it's square.
Okay.
It won't be square. We're supposed it is square. If you're making windows and you put all your joints together, and pull the glue goes off, and you better put your pegs in, and you would literally bang them on the floor in each corner until they are square. And then you put your pegs in.
But the core head is not square.
No, I mean bang, you literally on each corner until it's square. You really do this because it's so light and it's quite easy to handle yourself. The other thing you've got to be tricky. The other thing, the better way to actually check the square is not by using this because this wood's probably not straight. but measure corners to corner. And those measurements should be the same. 44, 43/4. So that corner actually come together a little bit. Now we've done it again. Roll it then. Well, probably a bit pedantic, yeah. Actually. Well, not enough or too much. Not really good. That's one.
One done. We've got 21 more to do.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us on Ginger Island today. Frame looks good. So much work for it. I had no idea. Just got back from lunch. What did I miss? Have all the windows done? No, we've done one. We've done half. We've done half. We've got another 21 to make.
We now need to do the joints in this one.
Okay.
Use that marker.
This.
Very cool. Right, do that first cut. Or I want you to do multiple cuts and then as well. This is my technique. Job we did on last two. Yeah, that's that right. Now, see that knot there?
Yeah.
You might as well go just like that. What we do is a series of cuts going through. Excuse me.
But as always, the first cut is the deepest.
Oh. Same on the other end.
I have lots of little cuts, which is a bit like the Tory party. They've got an N in that sentence.
Mm-hmm. Problem that. Exactly. So we need to do it again. Wiped it off. Release the dragon. Sit it back on the bench. The bench. That's what you do. I want to. You do it off here. You push down as you do it, yeah. There you go.
Right, so we have multiple cuts on the end of the wood there, and chisel through it quicker. Right, Marcus, you want to do the chisel job?
I'll do the chisel job. You want to cut more wood then for the next window?
So which window are we going for this?
Well, this window is the first of the three, not that one. So what we need now is cut a piece of wood and just 4 pieces. And then that, 4 handles.
We're never going to have enough wood, are we?
No, we're there.
Nowhere near.
Well, one and a bit to the window. Yeah, one and a bit to the window.
Gee, it's going to be 4 windows.
Just.
98 centimeters. 98.
That size timber isn't expensive, is it?
98.
I might have to eat in a minute. Because I've been eating. Oh, I had some last night, didn't I?
Should we have some chicken? Should we fry that chicken?
Yeah. I felt like I had 2 days almost empty stomach. Well, I had egg yesterday in a sandwich, and I had that food last night. Oh no! Shoulder sort that a little bit, that's about it. What do you guys say anyway? Off to see Jonathan Pye. Yeah, you think Des Pye only watches things that's got pie in the title. Jonathan Pye, he's funny. So he always looks like he's like sweating like a good one when he's in his rants in his suit. You got to put pie in the title. Take care, veg pie.
So that, I'm going to have to readjust this.
Yes, of course. But we'll use to readjust it easy because I've already got one cut. So we can use it as our guide to set the saw next time. Plus the thickness of the guide. So, can I ask what you're doing? What you
98.3 centimeters.
you're going directly to the end of that?
Yeah.
That's not really square. What I did to make the wood a bit more easy to work with, so I cut it 2 meters first. The offcuts are so tiny, you've got hardly any weight. It's actually the wood at the moment is like 6 feet long, it's quite hard to work with. So I would do, it's 98, you say. So cut
98.3.
it to 2 meters. Yeah?
Yeah.
And then you've got more manageable lengths to deal with. Get half. One thing to do.
Could you grab the other side of it?
Oh, I've got to grab his son. What's happening? What's happening? That's good. Oh, You push down, but what's it pinch the blade? And now you're going to cut them. Turn the camera around. Yep.
Mathematics. It's not easy, isn't it? Just sort of scribble around the floor.
What, having a bench? You don't say!
Okay. So, what was I saying? 1980.
Investment in your time. Spend a little bit of time and saves time. And also your back.
Oh, sorry, mate.
But not your goonies. Ah!
Whoopsie daisy.
Right.
Yeah, this is the other end. I suppose I've got to make 4 of these anyway, so. I reckon Boris Johnson just fucking did this. He convicted, mate. That's what I reckon.
Been watching the stream.
Been watching the stream, and he's like, "Screw these remoter people." Ah! If you are watching Boris, fuck off.
Right.
No. We should probably have chicken up there for lunch. Let's try and get. Should we just get this? Yeah, get this first one made up, and we'll put the net on and see how it looks. Good look shit.
Put the net into all, isn't it? Not put the net on, did you? Or did you? I'm losing things. I'm losing the plot.
If you never had the plot, can you lose it?
Have you allowed a little bit of clearance for the open and close? And did you check both sides of the windows? I'm not sure. I'm not sure that one's 100%.
No, I didn't try both sides.
Well, just double check.
But if anything, it'd be a bit less.
Okay.
I got 98.3.
And also, something we haven't thought about, inside, outside opening.
Yeah.
Is the inside, outside the same? Probably.
See what people are saying on the chat.
Oh,
Bye, Veg, have fun.
Did you say 98?
Hinges. 98.3.
Is that high fit?
Yeah, well, I thought I'd make it so that if we take a bit off, we could. You can't.
That was 97.8. 978.
Yeah.
All right. You really want to? God, I have to be one of bringing the wood toe at the other way around. Go to the little short measurement.
Well, look, come up to 19. Wow.
No, you finish. Well, no, they're not yet. That's right. We can make that work. They're not as long.
Bloody hell. That's like nice.
If you look, it's not the timber, it's the board. That's 518.
Okay, so what we're doing? What do you want this to though?
It's 98.
I've done two that to 98.3.
Yeah, just do it at 98.
Which that's to 98.3. Do you measure it?
This is the reason I've done don't put cement on the wood. If you want to blunt in your blades, that's what you do. You put cement or concrete on your wood. You don't want to be cutting like that. You want to do it blunting. It's like trying to saw through grit. Naughty people!
You've rubbed off my map. No, yeah. Should I do it 97.3?
No, because you're gonna have that going on. You're better off trying to make that. You don't want it this like a step in you.
That's what I'm saying. They're 97, 98.3. Sorry.
They're not. Oh, I would personally make them all 98.
So take 3 centimeters off that.
Yeah, I would put it all together and hand it and use the guide. Can we do it?
Yeah.
Not sure?
Hang on a sec. You need to have one more piece.
Oh, you saw that first. What we chopping this?
Do you want this taken down to what did you say?
98.
98.
Splitting the difference. You might have to sand one in the corner that goes up like that.
Well, you know what? They're not blackout lines. Who cares?
Oh, it's just best we can what we got, don't we?
Yeah. Your lemonade, the one you have.
Sure. So glad I got a bench.
You know, holding things down.
Oh, I can do that. That's my 4 foot. Maybe it's you got there. You got the wrong bits there. One of them bits gone there. You've got a bit on the floor now. Oh, I've got it. Oh, rise about. Okay, what do we do?
You want to touch your lights? Basically, I'm going to make these all
The same then.
the same length.
Okay.
So,
Hold these tight on here, yeah?
yeah, I need to measure
You've got to measure it, okay.
to 98, you say?
Yeah, that is 98.
Yeah, 98. Just a little bit shy of 98.
Go to the shortest one. Just go to the shortest one.
This. This is the shorty
Yeah,
here.
right up. You're not against the fence. That's good pins. They are there for these. Got 4 there ready.
All the same length now.
So now what you need now, you need to measure the width, which might be the same as before. Measure the width.
Hey man. Oh wow.
Oh, what's that? Oh, wow, lovely.
Oh, you can have this one. I'll have that.
Yes, buddy.
Cheers, man.
Oh, wow. We've got food. Here we go. Watches he?
I was going to say, we just put on some tropical. Oh, this is good.
Hey, buddy. They're good, aren't they? Oh, wow. Talk about food as well. So we've got like a chicken and veggie broth. It's got plantain in as well. Plantain. I'll put it on there. Not mine.
What, do you want to swap? Do you want to swap?
No, I don't want to swap. Mine's on.
It's lunchtime on Ginger Island. It's time to have lunch on Ginger Island. It's lunchtime on Ginger Island, and we've got salt.
Ooh.
And we've got pepper. Okay, we're stopping for lunch. We have some chicken soup, and the chicken soup here has a big piece of chicken in it. Wrong, really, isn't it? Marcus was just saying, I need to eat. Now he's going to eat. 2 o'clock flat behind me, so I don't look like Jesus or something.
Jesus.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Creepers. Oh, wow, it's lovely. They do make a nice broth. Yeah, I know, it smells good, doesn't it, pickle? Oh, I better get my phone just in case Caroline has been trying to contact me. My daughter. Any news? Oh, my son's been at the house and he's mended the light switch. The lights went, and he's fixed it for Caroline, my dear wife.
Put some hot sauce in your soup.
My little granddaughter, who's only just walking, she's trying to find me. Apparently, she's probably been knocking on my office door. Probably.
Really best to go with that.
That's quite a nice idea. Why not?
Put some margarine on it. Just
Margarine's too expensive. This way.
So there's Marge Simpson chocolate margarine.
I reckon. What's it called? Chocolate maybe? Yeah. Was it your Marge Simpson impression?
Oh my god, this bread is so sweet. It's almost a cake.
You get a lot of bread in France that's quite sweet as well. You can steak the brioche almost.
Absolutely chock full of preservatives. That's okay. It's fresh forever.
I've got human hair in it.
In the soup or
No, in the bread. Is that listine? Listine, that preservative listine made from human hair.
Hi everyone. Is that water, or you're starting on the spirits early?
Me, I've got a bit of rum in my cup.
Mm.
Not rum, it's gin. It's supposed to be gin. I can't tell if it's gin or what it is because it's too sweet. Gin's not normally sweet.
What you want is a little bit of hot sauce in everything.
Ooh,
Let's get more hot sauce at the weekend, mate.
I need to try them. Can I get some? I
thought I closed that window, but obviously it didn't work. Oh, I closed the window behind me, but the one behind you.
I'm golden.
Bye bye. How are you going to attach the windows, Marcus?
With hinges, I suppose.
With hinges?
With hinges on four handles, maybe.
Mm.
No, we've got a load of hinges. We've got a load of hinges, didn't we?
Yeah. Well, we've already got enough wood to make 2 windows.
Hmm.
Is that right?
No, 3. Let's make 3.
3, both sides of 3. So 6.
Well, one piece plus a bit. There was 1 window. You've got 4 pieces of wood, so I imagine that bit will do 4 times in the last piece.
Mm. Fair enough. This soup is delicious. It was made by Domelina, who is the wife of Ishmael. We have a cat. We have a cat and a dog, sort of just jumping around at the moment. Just in the window there. Hello. That's Mustafa, the cat. And there is Pickle, the island dog.
Hi, Pickle.
And his nose is twitching.
Pickle's being adorable.
I think there's food.
Mmm. She likes food. A well-deserved meal. Well-deserved meal for 2 carpenters. Mmm.
You're doing right.
But you don't. We have to put the central piece down between them.
You could do something. There was going to be a gap, and also how do you keep them together?
Mm.
Let's worry about it. Let's get them up as they are.
But nothing will keep us together.
Good.
Mm.
See what the best option of that is. To be funny, not to be funny, but the downside better not having it at all. Even with a very tiny gap then.
Mm. Mm. Are they starting a religious move now?
What? What?
I think it's the bright light behind my head. I've got a halo.
It's a watch me eat movement.
These spoons are so rubbish, you can hardly fit any.
Well, they're not soup spoons, are they?
Mm.
Ladle.
Do you think I should put my Indiana Jones script that I wrote? I think I should put it on
Go on, why not?
say that it's the new Indiana Jones movie that's just been leaked.
Why don't you like writing that sort of stuff? Why don't you put it on Kindle? My son put his dissertation on Kindle. It's on quite a few copies. You know, there's uni work.
Maybe good.
I had a
Transcript.
I had a comment yesterday from some of my videos, and they said, "Oh, you're kind of man of my own heart sort of thing." They say, and I expect you don't have a degree or anything, nor do I. Excuse me, actually, I do.
Well, actually, that's where you're wrong. That's where he's wrong, viewers.
I replied in my cheeky way.
Because we've had the time all along. I just hid it so we could have a day of culture.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. Did you have to pay tuition fees when you did your degree?
I got a student loan, and actually, no, I didn't know. I managed to get it because I've got a large family, and what have you. So I used them to scam the system.
No good. So I scammed the system by going into university in 1997, which was the last year we didn't have to pay tuition fees.
You know what, though? I don't feel guilty, though, because I probably expect to pay hundreds of thousands in taxes.
Yeah.
My company. So I didn't feel guilty.
And the government have given millions and millions in contracts to their mates for PPE that costs over the odds.
Yep.
And that's taxpayers' money.
Yep. And the ironic thing is, it's kind of the university, trying to change with that kind of education, it changes your way of thinking. I did photography degree, so it wasn't like history or anything like that. And it changes your way of thinking. You think more laterally. And I suppose the ironic thing is that I've used government money to fund my education, which probably pushed me in a direction which now I'm fighting the government.
Yeah. Well, that's why they want to shut down the universities until I went to university, you know, like they did in the killing fields of Cambodia in the 1970s.
Well, it's easy to control the little man. Those who not let's educate everyone in their own education, whether it be skills or what it is. But yeah, the lesser thinking are easy to control.
Ah, Daily Blase is here. Hi, Daily Blase.
Hey, mate. How are you feeling today?
Marcus is feeling a bit better today, physically anyway. But yeah, I'm raging because Panama is still on the red list. It's with about 700 countries. It just seems really, really arbitrary. FSM the dog wants to know if you went to a lefty university. All universities are lefty.
Well, technically, it's Cambridge Polytechnic.
No, it wasn't.
Well,
we didn't have polytechnics then.
Well, it was Great Yarmouth now under the umbrella of Cambridge. They weren't actually doing degrees. They are now, but they weren't actually doing degrees themselves at the time. Between the BA, I didn't do a master's.
BA is still a hell of an achievement.
Oh, absolutely. The really crazy thing, because I've always done photography and worked in studios and labs and stuff. It's really frustrating when you're the one teaching the teacher. To work with a C41 I4 EP2 chemistry.
Like it that?
No, don't ever get cooked chicken though. It's hollow, you see. I tend to give them the knuckles and stuff like that.
Give it that.
Yeah. That's in probably fine, but yeah, raw. You give them raw chicken bone.
I was worried about that little, that one. But yeah, when Campo was here and I had chicken, I'll throw the bones out into the water so he wouldn't go after them. Oh, that's so good.
Very welcome.
That has made me feel a little bit better about this whole Panama thing on the red list.
That was lovely. You have some in a minute, girl. Can I eat my bits first then? With my dirty fingers. Fine, as you talking about the beef who used to phone up LBC.
James
No, not James O'Brien. The ones on Sunday night, Saturday night, what used to be. God, I forgot his name.
Ian Dale.
No, God, no, he needs shooting, he do. Cash W talking about, I know Cash, like, and also Daily Blaze does this videos. I haven't watched them for a while.
Why the hell have they left Panama on the bloody list?
Oh.
If you don't look at a map and go, well, you know, like if you could put Colombia on there,
Right.
there's no physical way of getting to Panama from Colombia.
No, I understand, but I'm going to say one thing. Reunion.
What, the island?
Mm-hmm.
Part of France.
I know.
I've been there.
And what did France get put on the so-called Amber Plus?
Oh, because of
Reunion.
Reunion Island.
Yeah.
That's just nuts.
Pickle. Good girl. Oh, you're a good girl, aren't you? You like that, don't you? How's she staring at me? Yeah. There you go. Oh. I lick my fingers out.
George, wash your hands before you eat.
Oh, oh, oh. Pickle. Pickle. Oh. 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 Oh.
Nick Abbott.
Nick Abbott, that's it. Good girl. You like that? Yeah.
Very cute.
Lovely. She is lovely.
Pickle, pickle. Hi,
How come
pickle.
your face is pink?
Worst guard dog, but very, very cute.
She's no guard dog. I just given you that. You don't know, do you? I think so. Hey, you cheeky. You a little pickle. Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Just arrived, Graham and Marcus. I was wondering how you guys are getting on with making earlier. I said, David, I was like, we made half of one.
But they're not quick enough.
Yeah, we've got 11 those to make. We've made half of one so far. But we know what we're doing now. Kind of. I'm cutting the wood. Marcus is chiseling the wood.
You're production line, aren't you?
Yeah, makes sense. It makes sense doing it this way.
Actually, that's good. Really enjoyed that. The start was all right.
Yeah, me
That
too.
helps.
If I go to hotels nearby, look what comes up first. El Clandestino.
Oh, really?
£33, stay there.
That's cheap.
No, that's cheap.
I don't think as well, yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to go there tomorrow.
Is that an island? It's an island. Isn't it?
No.
It's mainland.
It's mainland. Look,
So you can
right,
get
I'll show you on here. Right, look, Cristobal's
Yeah.
So we go through the gap here into Dolphin Bay. This is Dolphin Bay. And then if this is what I call, this bay here is what I call Obscura Bay, and Clandestino is just,
Oh, okay.
you see like it's on a much bigger island.
So that's by car then?
No, there's no cars on Cristobal. No,
Oh, okay.
no cars at all. It's just paths through the jungle. You can go horse trekking through the jungle in Cristobal, which is quite fun. What I was going to do, find out.
Oh, that video I've got. Meeny, miny, mo. Which one should I do? What's that all about?
30 miles.
30 miles?
We're 30 miles over. We're in a red zone and footloose and fancy.
You're not. You're
30 miles from the border with
banging yourself up over this, you know.
with Costa Rica. Grow some anger on Jill Island. No, we're Boy Scouts. We don't go in for that kind of malarkey, I'm afraid. Sorry.
You know, I've never ever had drugs
No,
apart from what's prescribed.
Never mind. I joined the Briti tribe in Gabon.
Did you? You
Yeah.
never gone?
No, it's not
Look
a
at the
bomb.
orb.
No, it was
Look at the orb.
Ibogaine.
Pardon the weight of the world on my shoulder.
I've never taken illegal drugs. I've never taken drugs in a country where they are illegal.
Oh, so you have had drugs then?
Well, yeah, I drink alcohol. Alcohol's a drug.
No, it's not. It's a refreshment. That is.
Catherine's just texting me a succession of face bomb emojis. You can never wish perfection, I say, but I did turn up for the council 30 years ago. I did turn up for the council for 30 years in my book. That's good going. Well done, guys. Right. I'm going to crack on sorting things.
I'll just upload a video first.
Mm.
Or start the upload anyway.
Yes.
I'm not going to stop and watch and stare at the phone. Oh, it's nearly there. 50%, 10%.
Do you reckon we should make a big sign like that? It just says ginger.
I can make big signs like that.
Big sign of sign. It says ginger. And then we just hang it from the boat. Put it on the boat. Not ginger island, just ginger. More of that.
Make bigger.
More enigmatic that way.
Yeah, why not?
More treats for pickle. To go link to the GoFundMe. Thanks, Cash Dummy. I did my City and Guilds, so I only have to go to college.
What did you do City and Guilds then? What do I went to do City and Guilds? You used to do City and Guilds woodworking as well.
I like the word guild. If anyone remembers the very early LucasArts adventure game, when it was the Lucasfilm games, where there was all these different guilds that you had to go. You were a guild, you were part of the guilders, and you woke up one day and your entire village was gone, all your guild was gone. And you had to go and see the guild of the guild of the grass blowers and the guild of the metal people, metal people who make metal, smelters, the smelters guild or whatever. And in the end, you played a tune on your distaff that will weave the fabric of reality of the universe itself, and you turn to a swan. Really cool, man. Someone needs to put some effort into the story of video games. So I'm very excited about watching, about playing Psychonauts 2. Psychonauts is one of the best stories ever in a video game.
Isn't that from a lot of films these days? It's all about the action, not about the story.
You say that film's going back to the day, the very first
I'm
sort of feature-length film was the Great Train Robbery.
Yeah, but it's not about the action. There's lots of story.
No, but for movies. The thing is,
CGI, isn't it?
The thing is, you're looking at the telescope the wrong way, because there were loads of movies that came out in the 30s that nobody mentions and no one talks about these days because they were so bad they just kind of sunk without a trace. For instance, there was a sequel to King Kong called something like Summoned, and it was bloody awful. And people started to say, "Oh, bloody sequels after sequels." Like, well, actually, in the 1930s they were making remakes. Famously, His Girl Friday was a comedy reboot page, which was a serious movie, and there were sequels since time. I mean, the New Testament and the Bible. What these characters did next, but yeah, I mean, look, there are actions, aren't there? But they're still really good sort of psychological movies, thrillers. There's really good romantic comedies. Action. It's like good movies.
I like Saw.
But then you look at James Bond. James Bond's been around for 50 years, almost, right?
Yeah, but it's misogyny.
And that's just basically 5 action sequences strung together with some girls in bikinis. We've used the same formula since 1963.
You say girls with bikinis?
1962.
Well, they were the days.
1962, Doctor No. Followed by From Russia with Love. Goldfinger.
Was it what
Thunderball. Diamonds Are Forever.
Was Ivan Humboldt in that?
Oh no, You Only Live Twice. You Only Live Twice. On the Mighty Secret Service. Then Diamonds Are Forever. And Roger Moore turned up.
The one we had the dodgy actor in.
Live and Let Die. Dodgy?
No, the really dodgy actor. The week, and that was it.
Oh, that was on the Mighty Secret Service. That's later.
Yeah, that's it. It was useless.
And then they brought Sean Connery back for Diamonds Are Forever. Then they had Live and Let Die. My favourites. I love Live and Let Die. The band family.
He come back recently. 3 years ago, didn't he? Did another film?
This is the second ever film.
Yeah.
Man with the Gold, Christopher Lee playing the baddie, really good. Spy Who Loved Me, that was excellent. Moonraker, which was really silly, but still a lot of fun.
That was good. No,
For Your Eyes Only.
That's what I've been watching more. He was silly.
Octopussy. Ooh. View to a Kill. Have I missed one out? Living Daylights. License to Kill. Goldeneye. Tomorrow Never Dies. The World's Not Enough. Die Another Day. Casino Royale. Quantum of Solace. Skyfall. Spectre. And Die Another Day.
How do you remember all this shit? It's really awful.
And then there's the two fake ones. There was Never Never Again, which had Sean Connery, and it has him on the phone with Margaret Thatcher. Casino Royale.
You forgot some others like Goldmember.
Goldmember was part of the Austin Powers trilogy, which were really silly films.
A lot.
Really silly films in which it turned out that the big baddie who was based on Blofeld from James Bond's Dr. Evil was actually the secret half brother of Austin Powers, because Michael Caine was the dad of both of them. And that was a really silly idea in a very silly movie because it was a comedy. And then they took that exact idea and they put it into Spectre. Hey, why don't we make Blofeld literally James Bond's brother or stepbrother? Oh yeah, that works. Let's let them grow up together on a sludge in Austria for some reason. It makes no sense. The new one's pretty good. Oh, get the heart, Catherine. Hi, Catherine. Oh, have you guys ever read?
Upset this morning, Catherine.
Fleming. I've read a couple of them years ago. He goes on about cars a lot. Like he'll spend like an entire chapter describing a car, and then the last line is like, and then then Bond got in it and drove away. But in the books, he's very much an alcoholic. He's a total misogynist, but he's quite depressed.
Oh,
What miserable.
really?
Yeah, he's a bit more like Harry Palmer in the
Palmer.
Ipcris Files. Hey man. Let's see,
I don't think all my videos depressing.
Well, you're talking about a very depressing topic, which is hey man, you okay? No? No? Hello again. My favourite Bond baddie is Hank Scorpion. My favourite Bond baddie is somebody. He's cool.
Really?
Yeah.
Your favourite?
Yeah. Right.
Right, you take your camera. I'm just going to upload it quickly.
Marcus is he's on the internet. He's looking at videos on the internet.
Oh, saucy.
Might be naughty videos. I don't know. Some naughty videos.
Did you hear that Boris Johnson and friendly fires?
What?
Stealing friendly fires.
Oh, I don't like that. Most musicians hate Boris
They
Johnson.
did like that. They said they were retained a new bunch of crap friends.
For those of you who missed this morning, this is our new handle on the door that Marcus has made. He's made a handle for the door. It's very grand. I like that. It's a new handle. Four candles. I also want to show you the switch for the toilet there, which is very cool. We've got a light switch for the toilet. And we also have a light switch here for this light as well. You can see the light turning on behind me there. There you go. Marcus sorted all that out while we were getting cement the other day. It looks like it's going to rain. If you look out there, that looks like a very laden sky, as they say. And yeah, we're making windows today if you're just joining us, because the windows to my house at the moment here on Ginger Island are either, just a hole in the wall, or they are just holes in the wall. They are just flaps. They're just flaps that you just sort of attach them to the ceiling. Oh, you can see that one there is attached to the ceiling. So not very sexy. Now what we're doing is we're making some frames like this one here. See this little frame that we've got here? See this frame? don't know if Marcus wants to be touching this, but what we're going to do with that frame is we're going to have two of them, and they're going to open up like windows. And we're going to put Chitra netting in. So instead of glass, we're going to have Chitra netting. It's a bit lighter. Hopefully, it'll keep the Chitras out. But I think that the Chitra netting that I bought isn't that good, so we probably won't. I'm just going to go downstairs now to see how Ishmael's getting on down here. Look at this. This we got flooded last night. Despite our best flood defences, like we literally put a bit of concrete there, a bit of concrete there, but we needed a bit of concrete on this bit here, and because we have a bit of concrete on that bit there, that's all now full of water. As you can see, reflection of the palm trees, and I can't really get around to the room I want to show you because there's literally so much water. I have to make some steps for me, son. Stand there. Okay. Right. Oh, better not touch that. Oh. So in here we have a pipe, and that's funneling the water out from the tank there, and that's going out along this pipe, along this pipe here, out into the water out there. Because we're trying to empty the water tank. Because if I climb over here and show you, so we need to move this water tank. This water tank is not in a condition at the moment because see that this half of the room has been concreted, so it's now lifted up a little bit. That side of the room has not been concreted, so we need to move the water tank to this side of the room temporarily. While we do that, we're going to put it on the side and we're going to clean it out. We're going to give it a really good cleaning, and then we're going to cement under there, and then we're going to put once it's dry, we're going to put the tank back, and then we're going to move the batteries, the gas, the stuff that's in the kitchen and shouldn't be in the kitchen because it's a bit dangerous. We're going to move that down here into this room. It's going to be up on shelves. So the batteries, solar controllers, all that kind of stuff will live down here. That's the plan. And because it's lifted up a bit, it won't be wet. Unlike out here, a bit wet. Right, so that's what we're doing, what we're working on. Oh, it's just come out. I thought it was going to rain, and then the sun came. So shows how much I know. Right. Let's crack on with these windows. Let's get at least one done today. We've got no more messages, so I don't know if I've lost connection or not, but if you're still there, let me know. Woo! Are we still broadcasting? Yep. Okay. Yeah, just busy at work. Okay, Ginger, that's cool. Thanks for letting us know.
Still there, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh. I'll let you go back.
Marcus, if I put all these together, can I just at the same time?
You can do it.
That would save on.
Yeah, if you think you can do it, do it.
Save on shit. If you wonder what that noise is, Marcus is watching himself on the video. He likes to do it.
Sorry.
He likes to watch himself.
Oh, so sexy. Thank you, Graham.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, so I'm going to put that there because I want to know. What this should be set up. So when you have a skill saw like this, there's a plate on the bottom, and if you unscrew it successfully, the plate moves. Okay, so you imagine that goes into the wood pretty deep, that goes in pretty shallow. Okay, we've got this little guard here to stop your fingers getting nipped off, because this would literally cut your fingers off. What we need to do is pull that back, put that where we want it. Basically, work out where this needs to be in order for it to go halfway through the wood. Like that. Just tighten it a little bit. Marcus, can I have your professional opinion about that? Do you reckon that's halfway? Oh shit. Is that halfway or
There's a way. You've got the right idea. And then you that's my guide. And then literally push the pins. Push the blade up to it. You're pretty much there.
Pretty much.
I'm happy with that.
Happy with that? Don't turn it on.
It's unplugged.
Okay.
There's no cable.
Yes, it is unplugged. You know, it all works. Right. Can I have the...
You're all tightened up, ready to go.
Well, I can't like plan them. So I'm just going to go through them like this.
Not even confident you hold the bang in place. Those pins do the job for you. One thing you need to make sure they're all together. They're not. Annoying. Hold it.
If you put that flat bit in there, it's fantastic.
That man? Be a little bit careful there because obviously the wood's not 100% true. So it makes you push that down nice and tight as well. Yeah. Not so much at the wood.
That makes your life easier. Ooh, it's not on properly.
So it's not quite on the line there. So I want to get it close to the line.
It's raining, just like I said it would. Thanks to the start for them.
Oh dear. It's like the fourth bridge. It's like the bridge going. Carol just said this reminded me that Panama's not on. Oh well, Panama's on the red list. No go then.
I really wish we didn't have such a competent.
Oh, a little sweet, aren't they?
No, little fascist there. Fascist. Beady eyes. They hate everything good. Chris,
Where can we get another shot?
could you possibly move your arm? Don't fancy shoving
Oh, please don't. You don't like my bum.
Is that okay? Is that okay? Look at that. Ooh, it's raining here on Ginger Island. Doesn't rain much during the day while we've been here, has it? It's usually a night time.
Yeah, it usually wakes you up.
Yeah.
How do you consider that?
Bloody noisy weather.
There you go.
Oh. They need to wait. Whatever is the smallest measurement.
It's 30 inches.
You do metric or inches?
It's
760?
rainy day on Ginger Island. That's the Vision thing which combines all messages from all platforms. Guess there are some long worldwide miles to combine it. There does seem to be a massive delay on the text on YouTube and the screen. Yeah. The company total should sponsor you for your extension plans into it. I think they should. So I've got window. I think it's 30 inches.
Are we working in metric or imperial? Doesn't help me. I'd rather work with one measurement or another.
Okay.
Can we keep metric? It's the most sensible form of measurement.
76.
36, the same as last one's then, so that's 380.
76 and 3 centimeters.
What?
3 millimeters. 30,
380, the same length as that one.
70, 76 and 3.
Yeah, that's your gap. 38. 4 bits of 38.
those of you joining us for the afternoon session, we're making windows. We are making windows today, or more specifically, window frames. There's not going to be glass in these little fellas. It's just going to be. It's going to be. Cheaper.
Why is it new glass frame?
Because glass is expensive. It breaks, and it'll be really, really hot in there with glass. Trust me on this one. Don't want it. You don't need glass. Don't want glass. You don't want glass. Right, where's your thing for making things go through? The jig. Where's the jig? Ah. It was here than I thought it was. The jig was all. Now you see what I did there? I got to just the wellies for the deeper cuts.
Next time, what we're going to do first, then.
Yeah, I know.
But you have to do it just again, it takes up more time.
Yeah. I posit it is you who are the mistake. I was the prototype. You were an inferior production model. That's the parkour car from Knight Rider. Well, obviously, I'm doing a very silly voice, didn't tell anything like that. Just in my head. What about that, mate? What about that? That little gouge taken out of there. I've got a problem. Should we strike that from the record?
You might have enough anyway, so you might as well take off enough of it, really. You think?
I think we need all the water we can get.
What are you use that? No cosmetics.
But see that there? Is that a problem, or should we leave it? Is that quite nice?
Doesn't like that, not in time. But what do you mean?
Well, I can either top that bit or we can cut off that bit.
Cut off the knot.
Cut off the knot.
Cut off the knot! Yeah, you said it. I'll certainly use the knot. I'll certainly use the bolter.
There's only two things better than a Colt 45, and that's a watch from Switzerland or a woman from anywhere. Red River. Somewhere. Saddle up, people. We got widows to bury. They are all the same. They are 38. A little bit more than 38. 38 and a third. But it's always better than a little bit too long and a little bit too thin, eh? What? Are these the ones to use next, or are these just the long pieces? I need two more short pieces.
They're long bits. There's two long bits. 4 long bits. You'll need to use a bit of wood.
Do we use these?
No, because they're the verticals.
Okay. So I need to get that piece of wood from there.
I'm confused now. Have we got more bits? Oh, I've got a bit there. That's one. Yeah. So that's the next window. That's that window. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that one.
Well, I know you want knots, have a knot, but you have a knot. And there's not a lot we can do about it. We've got a little heat pump thing set up downstairs for draining the water around the water tank. It's quite fun. Not as efficient as it.
Oh, very nice. No.
Let's go to the cat. Rustic. It's going to look rustic.
Okay.
A wee bit. Okay.
Okay.
Well, that was things for that. Okay. What now?
Well, do the ends, and then look at them pop out. Oh God, you're catching up with me. Yeah. Oh, it's the wrong point. I'm trying to share to the video, and I for last night at 2 o'clock. That won't work, will it?
What do you reckon for that?
You trying to set that?
Yeah.
Oh, you've got already, haven't you? So,
Don't worry about it.
no.
You should have one left over. That's just.
No, it's all unusual.
I thought we had this one.
No, why did he step? That's a find you. I'll just chop this. I'll chop something out the 2 seconds, mate. That's right. Just chop the knife away, the easier. Remember, an error of 1 mil or half a mil is a whole mil out.
Oh no.
Times 2.
And 3 mils make a millennium.
Ooh.
Yeah.
A bit that way. You want to do that? Push it right up to it. That's fine.
Right. Monday at
Montino? No,
have you checked your butthole?
oh no, it's a good one. Look, handed down to me. Oh, great grandfather.
See what people are saying on the text. Better type out Total Tools in the UK. You can buy Total Tools in the UK. I'm not sure if it's someone who's importing them rather than the actual company. That's a V-Stream thing, which combines all of the messages. Indeed. Thanks for being with us.
Okay, thanks for that. Can you scroll up and down with these?
No,
That's annoying. That's silly.
I think you have to go out full screen though, isn't it?
Really?
You just bring it up in the phone. Yeah. It's Marcus.
Ah. Yeah. Oh, for example, so that one. Hop.
Welcome, any viewers, to what we call this? What do you call this? Window Thursday here on JinjaVision. Where I'm here with the barefoot carpenter himself, Max.
Evidence.
With no shoes on, walking on all the splinters. You're crazy like Jaden.
think Kermit the Frog also tweeted about Boris Johnson plagiarising him.
These these political rallies, they play people music without permission.
Yep.
And they do it on purpose because they know that they'll get publicity because the artist in question will obviously complain. Oh, well, publicity's good for Boris Johnson. Imagine you're a horrible old Scot, right? You're 97 years old, you haven't had an election in literally centuries.
One of them days.
All you are is bitter and twisted and evil like Darth Vader. Essentially, Boris Johnson gives you a chance, like Donald Trump did before, to own the libs. And those noisy rock and roll bands that they're shed building music, they're a problem. They're a problem.
They're not allowed to talk anymore.
Yep. I can guarantee all the people who voted for Brexit have never been to a gig. If you have, and voted for Brexit, it's made live music much more difficult to go and see and enjoy.
And other bands as well.
Yeah, you basically helped destroy the record industry, the music industry for the United Kingdom. And the United Kingdom to boot, along with the farming industry, fishing industry, the financial industry, and other industries beginning with F, all F.
Well, especially the well.
Yeah.
Unsigned movement.
Yep.
Independence.
There you go. I hope they're not entirely terrible. There's one.
Right. So, one more.
Pumping them out.
Yeah, I'm dragging my heels, I am.
So those are for the long pieces, yeah?
Yes, 2 on. The next window, I suppose. Yeah, they've already started slaughtering piglets.
I'm not surprised. Yeah, I mean, got the.
Not for food, they're just going to waste and incinerate.
Yeah, because they can't kill them humanely. There's no vet. A lot of the vets.
And the butchers, all butchers, because the butchers on as well. They've got enough butchers to process.
If we're going to have a high wage, high skilled economy, it's going to be based on nobody doing a job that is. Who's going to clean the sewers? I don't know. This is like page 1 of idiot anarchist playbook, isn't it? It's like, oh, offer that we should have anarchy. We should just all do what we want. Why don't you go to Mogadishu in Somalia and see how you get on? Fighting warlords over your territory, you know, make sure they don't come around the entire family each week. Yeah, sure, go for that. But also, it's the sewers in that situation where everyone can just do what they want. I'm not, by no means a cheerleader for capitalism. I think it needs to be constrained by governments to protect people. That's what a government is there for. What is a government for? What's the point of a government? Well, it's not to make money for gobshites who are already rich enough.
What's he said? That, you know, you can't expect us to just magic up solutions for the farming and the industry. That's what you think.
Well, essentially, what is it the point of a government?
Well, obviously, I don't know.
Well, Tom said the point of government is that you give up certain rights, certain of your basic human rights to a government in order to form society. Because if we live as individuals, then our nasty, brutish and short. So we give up some rights to the government, and the government in return, it has one job, one freaking job, and it's to protect us from disease, to protect us from stupidity, to protect us from ourselves if necessary.
If it was doing its job properly, I would be wearing shoes.
To protect us from crime, which it doesn't do for the vast majority of women who are of crime in the UK. Oh, they're all very quick to protect statues, though. They're very important. Culture wars, you know, personified. It goes. The army is there to protect us from being invaded. Jess is there to prevent us from dying of diseases and from complications. All of these things are there to protect us. The fire brigade is there to protect us if our houses go on fire. The police are supposed to protect us. They're supposed to protect us from all this stuff. They're supposed to protect us from our own ignorance, and therefore education should be a massive thing for governments, or at least our governments. They don't care about protecting us at all, as we can see, because there's only 1,000 people now bread. They're now 6 feet under, thanks to this government's numbers. And yet, Panama is still on the red list, people. 5 deaths yesterday from COVID, still on the red list. The USA, which had over 1,400 deaths yesterday, is not. And I know that Panama is a lot smaller than the United States of America. It's not that much smaller. Right.
I'll get chopping. I'm saying by the what rated Armstrong, but it's dangerous.
I don't know if that's a word.
They obviously do. They know what they do. Sure. Right. Man could do it as quick as that. I don't know if you can see that on there, but the actual blade is looking a bit grey and black, shiny like that. But that blackness is called the tannins in the wood. And the wood that we use, not this stuff. We're not, but when I was working with all the old wood, yeah, like for instance these, well, bench for instance, that's the tannin that's reactive with the iron content of the steel. Or like an oak door. Oak has a lot of tannin in it, and if you put a steel nail in an oak door or a piece of oak, as it react with the oak, the tannin in the oak, and you'll get that blackening. You've probably seen it, there's like blackening around the actual nail. A bit like a phone. Bloody knocked.
That window's 99.
Is that window bigger? On both sides?
Oh, the top and
A
bottom.
bit of space. You want it tight? I don't want to open it.
Do you want to just double check one by one?
What's far one?
By your ladder, yeah?
Okay. Like that.
$98 and a half.
98.
98.
You do 98 and a half or 99, definitely won't it.
Too much man names.
You've got to put that knot. Obviously the grain one. Did you see that pond? Richie's doing that. The stage, like this. That it was. I'd have shot him. Out come the tomatoes and rotten cabbage.
The rich MP in the country and one of the richest politicians in the world.
The amount of people say, "Oh, he's quite decent." There's Richie. Day one, he's now.
Like Hitler was thinking.
Yeah.
I got the trains running fine.
No, he fucking did. Bankrupt with Germany. Left for the best part of 50 years. Well done, Hitler. That's why.
And the Merkel is the same.
Remember that part.
Well, no, she is. But they're not the country, and she's a refugee.
Germany economy did not suffer at all, allowing 1 million refugees into the country a few years ago.
They need them. You can't have a developed economy without people. It doesn't work. Not unless you're mechanised everything, but a lot of things can't be mechanised.
What about Mecha Godzilla?
Oh, Mecha Godzilla. Well, he is mechanised. Is that bingo?
Mecha Godzilla.
Yeah, bingo.
How did that? You know, people like who are very religiously Islamic get very upset about fictions of Muhammad. I'm sure they should kind of get pissed off about going firm calling themselves Mecha Bingo. Putting gambling as well against the rules in Islam. Imagine like if Weatherspoons changed the name to Mecca.
What are they doing at the moment? Whatever it was, 10? Yeah, losses.
That's right.
Yeah. Considering how well the company was there.
I hope he's trying to tell you
The company go bankrupt to make it himself. You lose a bit of money, but he's so loaded in. I think the reinvestors don't money to save it. Yeah, because the likelihood is not savable. Not current economic climate. Assumption is the mother of all. You know what I'm going to say?
Well, it's 36.
And the same again, isn't it?
Yeah. Was it 38? Yeah.
38.
38.
38.
This one here. Oh shit. That wasn't very good. Knocked over one of the frames. Probably ruined it now for life.
Rest in peace.
Rest in pieces.
Ow! I got that with a chisel.
We're going for 38.
Oh, shit. The bloody man. Getting a flipping chisel with a hammer on it. It's terrible. No, hold on. I need to make a man.
We're going to have all your tools ready just in time for you to leave.
On the slide, they actually done it again. What? So there, all the words before you change the point of life. But you've done this one.
Yeah, I did that, and then I did this, cutting all this wood, cutting all that there, and then I changed the height.
Oh, that wood! Oh! I'm moving the pot.
Old people,
Oh, not
they're
me.
like Generation X, you know, like boomer. That's why you don't like Brexit. If you're a boomer, you'd love Brexit, and you love your own grandchildren, because, yeah, because you still wanted it inside.
Because I didn't used to give down about all this stuff because I was just earning the money for my family, get the roof over. Yeah, you know, probably put the cost in the wrong box a million times. I'm not saying very totally, but I don't remember I voted for. Well, I voted for it before.
Yeah, you dirty bastard.
I know.
Get off
Because I knew what I was voting for. Well, I like the name that one. I've got those hair. Oh, look, that one's the ginger. It's got practically affected us. That's why I really took interest in it. And I thought, what the hell have I been doing all these years? No, I can't understand the working classes and what have you. There's, especially if you're a little bit hands-on. You know, and like
just want other people to be on the map.
oh, what do you mean like that? You can hand them out. You haven't got enough time to worry about other stuff. You'll be doing a second bloody job for stuff.
Right, true, yeah.
You know, and not be funny. Not everyone takes an interest in politics or even understands it. I don't understand. But there's plenty of information now to tell you one way or the other.
Don't be a dick.
Yeah. It's a bit like if you go to school where, yeah, why am I going to learn French school? I'm never going to need that. And then you lose France.
Don't you hate it when that happens?
I certainly do. I German, I can't remember any of it.
That's a mistake.
Well, Gabriel's okay with my daughter because Caroline has spoken to us, no more new news.
Mate, since custody is not on the red list, I'll be like still in custody for 2 days.
Yeah.
I've got to stay in touch with Echo and Siku and seeing mates Dave and
You
Catherine.
know, I've got to make my way back on my own.
I'll come back to sign those with you and see you off and everything.
Right.
But what I'm thinking is I've already paid for my trip back to Manchester, right? So if I don't take that and stay in France, then I'm still going to make my way back to the UK.
Swim that.
Well, I did book me flight back 10 days. I'll check, I'll see. If it's going to be 50 quid or more to change it, then I'm not paying for it. So we can get a ticket in the ferry for the. I'll freaking walk. I'll hitchhike and walk.
And also, there's back to mine as well, which is the train.
Yeah.
Pay for that as well. Well, it cost me now. What's a huge amount?
Right, yeah, it's not the UK.
But I think about 50 quid. Yeah, 40 euros. It was something like that.
It's so stupid. I'm not on the
Because I'm watching Ginger Island. By JinjaVision. I know we hate.
Oh man. Oh, where's Marcus gone? Marcus has abandoned us, everyone.
I think why guys.
In our moment.
Oh, cement all my sawhorse.
you doing now? No, just a wheel.
Oh, I'll do it. Don't like knots.
Not like knots.
Don't like knots.
Does not like knots, people. How do you feel about
Can you choose between toes? Oh, so she doesn't understand why. Right, Panama. I don't get it. She said. Stupid.
Like Britain's the only country doing this, isn't it? Like no one else.
Panama. Made airport. If you come straight to Panama, it's there. Instead of obviously doing the bus trip for us, San Jose and
Panama City's further away than San Jose.
it's quite a trek, isn't it?
You go down and across, you can't go straight across into the mountains.
Oh,
You go this wiggly little road.
Yeah.
And then, but the road from Derby to Panama City is built now, dual carriageway. From the shore line. So that's quite a fast trip. It's faster than it used to be. It's still 5-6 hours. Usually an overnight bus. It's just freezing cold. Yeah, and combine it to million.
It's cold enough. That's bus last time, isn't it?
Was it?
Yeah, it's freezing, eh? No, I have shorts on. No, I'm not. Yours got jeans on.
Would you mind holding that bit of wood?
Excuse me, you want me to hold yours?
Try to do this in a nice way, but it's
What we're trying to do.
try to cut this and back and paint it. You want to just hold it up straight, so do you reckon you cut it? Where it needs to be cut. Yeah. Happy days. Right.
Another one.
Yeah. The trim. So I was trying to think of it up so you could continue the picture here. But it wasn't to be. Sorry, right. That's the last piece.
See that brace has shrunk. Well, that rail shrunk against the brace.
Yeah.
Before we go, maybe have a tweak of those and move them about. Do. Fine green wood.
Yep.
Oh, I see wood. Or see.
I've got a table and the never not putting together with light green wood and shrink. Oh my god, I can't believe how much in a year. Normal.
What's like 8-inch wide feet? That's probably got a good half-inch width. 2 inches length.
Yeah.
Wood turner, you might have heard of PEP. It's like the chemical that you use. You soak it in a sweat. It would. Once you turn it, you can turn it green then. All that does, it fills all the pores in the wood with this stuff, like a resin, I suppose. That's, as the wood shrinks, it doesn't actually shrink. It dries, but doesn't shrink. You can actually see the wood in the microwave. Yeah, you do like a bowl or something like that, you can see it in the microwave.
Banana. No.
Oh, hello, I had my radio installed. If only. Sure, I don't use the chisel. Look, so few these days let you know how to use the chisel. But like so heavy and powerful.
How's that? Is that all right? Can you check that out for me?
That's it.
Just because the fitness country is good deep. You better watch your bomb there, mate. Still sorting.
Whoa.
I might quit you and
Also,
you.
can you imagine that? That'd be a viral, that was. Man's crevice was carved with ghostal. Why?
I've
JinjaVision.
already got my name. Said victim. Not as kept.
Big, doesn't it?
Nothing. It's on this. Just that one.
I'm
Yeah.
obviously trying to bring it on all that rock.
No, it's fine. You don't think so? It's not. It's not like that. Is that right? No. Oh, you did? No,
I know,
you did.
I did. It's not my fault. I'm a genius, but if you make a mistake. Man, you made a mistake. Mate, nothing at all. You did make a mistake.
Is that it? Is it done?
There you go. I don't like that. All angles, I can full can. This is starting to feel like factory work. Feel like packed bottles or something, which is it's like, you know, low wage, low skill.
You don't think they're going to get the any cementing done today?
Well, they had a rain to deal with.
Yep. It's a bit precise, a bit. Oh, some water.
Pickle is it?
Right, is there anything I can do with these now that they're put together a little bit?
Leave it along, mate. There's plenty more stuff you can do. And make sure they're dry properly first.
What can I do?
I'm
just going to put the window and see if it's there.
Well, then,
Right.
so don't come forward to that.
These are the ones on the stairs, yeah?
From the stairs, no.
I think the middle one.
You say bottom of the stairs, so you got one on the stairs, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you buy a cold chisel, did you say?
Yes, my mate. Yeah, one thing. On your eyes. There's a brush. Very nasty. On the shelf. Between two windows. There.
Yeah. Well, they fit with quite a big gap, mate. It's like an inch gap at the top.
That will sound right. That's one of the outside doors, isn't it? What do you fit in the door? The door's got because it'll be flush air, won't it? If you've got something this way, haven't you?
It's fine, it doesn't matter.
Put it against the wall. Flush air. No, the door's not like that. That's sorry. Yeah. I just said, yeah. One thing I've got a good point about it. I was glad for the one that's got a blow out with though. That one there, we might have to handle it a bit maybe. No, you can stick up 90 degrees or what? Well, that flush the wall then. It's only one flat. I've got the idea of doing one double.
No, but like, yeah.
There's nothing for one.
Yeah, but that's what it's showing.
Oh, you can do that.
But then, does it mean that every other one will be like this?
How often you got moved? The mesh already, haven't you? I knew on the gap. You know what I mean? You're not really going to be leaving them open overnight. You have air flow anyway. That's really what from there through the place, so then you don't. Well, in the open position, it's like 90 degrees inward. The problem with the out, somebody's got to lean out there and grab them, you've got these ropes on. It works, doesn't it? So they've got really auto into that 90 degrees when they're open. How often are they going to be open there? Top hair out of it. Most times it doesn't start. Because they're always letting this go. Why not forces like this? That's not spread. That glue will be dry out, you know, don't you? No, so that glue joint breaks. It kind of renders the joint useless. They've really got to leave them alone, really. He's impatient.
We could be mounted every other one out an inch. One could open 180 degrees into the wall and then
No one
flap
over
over it.
You could do that.
And hook
Could
it
you
up.
have an extra frame or something with hinges to sit on?
Yeah. Think out because you only
So it looks like
that's it with all those numbers.
these all got to be made whatever happens.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really make any difference. You make them all up as we do, and then we can in the unsurmountable problem, isn't it?
Yep. Not like Brexit, which 53% of the British population think is going badly. 53% of the British population think that Brexit is going badly. When are you two making the raised bed that you will have to lie in? What? Lay in? The raised bed we'll have to lay in. We've got beds. We have beds. Evening, Nico. Hi, all, says Nico. Hello, Nico.
Oh, Nico.
Let the window frame mass construction commence. Careful with that.
That's because we've got a bench and we've got.
Like abduction. Right, so you have.
My feet fat body little feet. Got syndrome. That's a little bit weird. I've just got one extra. So that's one window there. Oh, we've got two beds left. Right?
Two beers.
Yeah, because got the one back from last night. You said there's one.
Bring one back.
There's one.
We got one in the fridge.
No, that you told me that before. I forgot sort of my bag, so I got back in the bag last night. I was upstairs, so I put it down.
What's it there?
It's gone.
We've got 5 pieces. Why have we got 5 pieces?
That's getting even weird. That's gone seriously wrong here. But we've got that one there to put together. This is the second window. There'll be 2 pieces and 2 pieces for that, wouldn't there, for the next one?
I've been doing everything in force. Everything in force.
Oh, there it is. Oh, this one. This one.
I'm making short one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. No.
Yeah. Well, look, yes, over there. We need after that. That'll take our brains. Brains. It's going to be like, I don't know, increase.
We just discovered we have 1 can of Balboa each left. Alcohol and power tools. Here's the alcohol and power tools.
Yay!
It's under the table. It's on the table now.
I don't know what's wrong.
He hid his rum under the table. And the rest of
it's not rum anyway. It's supposed to taste like rum. Like Bacardi.
Well,
Everything tastes sweeter. They like sugar.
Now, what can I crack on with while you're... It's really, this is one of those jobs that we could have done like in the evening, but we're not able to.
But, you know, we're pressing ahead. Well, our 3 winners done today.
Should I cut this? Should I cut this little side? Because we've got some more wood down here.
It's really bendy bit. Is that a really bendy bit, or is it a bit that's been ripped? That's a really bendy bit, but you can use that. That'd be right for the short bits. That's a bendy banana bit, but you can use it on the short bits.
Should we make a bow out of this? Okay, so this piece is kind of straight. This piece is a little bit bent. I'll try and show it without whacking Marcus in the gob.
Well, it's touching each end, and a big gap
See,
in the middle.
so that's touching there, and then on, oh, you can't see, but the other side is touching.
3/4 inch gap in the middle.
Oh god, it twists as well. Look at that. Look at that gap. I don't think it's very straight. So we can make half a window out of this.
I might have to put shoes on.
Shoes on?
My feet are thin and compressed.
What?
I'll get compressed heels.
Is that for not wearing shoes?
Yeah.
Hey, why didn't you wear shoes?
Oh, good dog.
I know what I'm going to be saying. If we do without being habitable, like it's not going to be any money at all. Well, at least if we get it habitable, and Christmas in council is not all, people say, it's all about them. As long as we can stick together. Well, otherwise we're going to be, so if we're doing this, we're putting together 3 windows. We've got people. Right now, I'll think about it. I think she'll enjoy wearing the bollocks for earrings.
I think she could.
Right, what's the long piece? Is it 98?
Is it the do we know yet? Have we got 3? We've got 3 there done, haven't we? We've got 3 ready. That's those 3, isn't it? It's the other one you're going to do 98.
Oh, we'll do that one. This is just going to stay closed.
Is it worth on window? It's not going to be open, does it? What do you do to do? Why don't you make a frame that sits there neatly with mesh on, keep it closed?
Mesh will blow in and out with the wind and stuff.
Yeah, so, I get that, yeah.
That's what I used to have. I mean, you can see the old, the old mesh.
I do get it. It's hands upstairs.
Look at the difference. Yeah, that's the huge scoop and everything. That'll be what it is.
That's all, geez.
Otherwise,
Now, so I don't understand what her question is. I can't get my head around this. So Panama, where you are, is on the red. Costa Rica, it's not. Is that right?
30 miles away. Yeah.
It's dark, isn't it?
Maybe.
Oh, I miss my dogs. It's my boy. Soap. Let's take them all the soap.
Maybe we should. Let's have a think about what we can do with this window here. Yeah, there's also the fact that, mate, that window there, we'll just make it solid so it doesn't move then.
Right, we'll just screw it in. But also, if you trip, there's a chance you could fall that way. There's a chance it can happen.
Yeah, but maybe that will be a bit more substantial then.
Or maybe we should just get rid of the window.
There is that, it doesn't really provide much, does it?
You take these forward out.
Continue along.
Let me a bit difficult behind them. Behind the just watch that with a bit of force. You got a bit of force.
I think you're right. I think just make on the inside or the outside, all the same. But on the inside, you could make that as well. There's not a lot of point teaching it in there, is there?
No.
People that run the handstand and going stairs as well.
Yeah.
It would make more sense to have that side so people can have a background on that.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what? Beer makes everything right in the world.
It does. Beer is the cause of and the solution to all the world's problems. Sorry, everyone, we're neglecting you. Marcus and I, we're having a little bit of a powwow. We're having a conflab about what to do next. Because obviously, making all these windows, we haven't made 3 yet. But they're going to go. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. But yeah. But this window here, if I move my camera, crap. Sorry about this. Right. One here, right, which is really open because of step. You can see the step here. Yeah, can't open. So what we're thinking for this one, instead making a window, which you won't be able to use, and there's also the worry that you could be walking downstairs and you could trip. It'd be unlikely, but it could happen. You could trip and go head first through this flap and down into the ground outside. So just in terms of health and safety, what we're thinking, we'll leave the outside as it is. On the inside, we will take off these panels here and we will replace the panels to go all the way across. So this is just boarded up, basically. So a little less workforce in a way, a little more workforce in another way, because we've got to get panels. I think that'll be the trick. And if anyone's watching and who's been here in the past, well, if you look on the wall here, you can see people have left their mark. People who have lived here or stayed here. And there's a big thing for New Lives in the Wild, which was filmed October 2013, which is when I was doing the SOS Island TV show, which I won the island on. And yeah, we do actually have here a little note saying, "Was the beach? Thank you for such a great week on your beautiful island." This predates me. You know, he's been here, and that's good luck, Ben Fogle, or Ben Foggle, as I like to call him. Ben Fogle is another privately educated presenter on television, along with you know, Bear Grylls and Jeremy Clarkson and anyone else who gets to actually do stuff like this and get paid for it. Yeah, there's about that. I don't know what it is. I can't make the connection quite. It's just a bit weird that literally everybody that you see on television in the UK probably went to private school. That's the politicians, that's the head of the Church of England, that's the head of the Metropolitan Police. Pretty much every single actor working in the UK at the moment who was brought up in the UK. Yeah, and almost every presenter as well. Newsreaders. Basically, if you want a job doing what you want to do in life rather than what you feel you have to do, you have to have been born rich, which is sad because it makes us very much in the UK a lot like India. When the caste riot, still kind of, where people were born into a certain class and they could never rise to that class. They just had to work very hard at doing what they did, and they might come back as someone richer. I think that's what we've got in the UK right now. The new British caste system, the privately educated elite, like Dominic Cummings, Boris Johnson, people who go on about the elite, like garage. Apparently, me and Marcus, we're the elite. He's sitting there. He's sitting there in the corner, picking his nose, right? And he's the elite.
I'm a broke.
I'm a broke, yeah. Jesus, God, tell me about it.
Well, how's my mortgage?
I'm seriously considering declaring bankruptcy afterwards. Get the island done first. How you doing? The handsaw, yeah. There's one handsaw that Mark has written something. He doesn't want people using it. No. Hacksaw. Hacksaw.
Oh, hacksaw. Okay.
The Gene hacksaw. Oh, Andrew Foggle stayed with Jamie Mansell on his island. Jamie did not like him in his agenda. Agenda.
Poor Ishmael, doing the real hard graft.
Yeah, Ishmael.
What's that?
Navino.
Navino. Okay, we're name. I own half the time. Dementia. Yeah, I think it's Barry.
Barry.
Yeah.
Barry Antoinette.
That's me.
That's what you should call your new show. Hello and welcome to Living Large with Barry Antoinette. Today we're going to make a pair of windows. So, what do you think? I mean, we used to start.
I think we did bring the calls down elsewhere. Yeah. Can we get calls? That's the other thing.
Yeah.
What did you doing that? Or we put a dummy window in there? So make that grey with water. So you've got the, it looks like something there, you can take a picture of it. That's pretty cool, actually. Put in a big plywood, put a frame around a piece of plywood, screw it into the side, but paint the plywood, looks like sky or something.
Well, then it won't go with the other.
What do
you think about this one as well?
Well, I told you what for, but I never found you.
What did you think? But what we could do, just put the window down.
You can do that, yeah.
Get rid of this. But close all that up and start the window.
Yeah.
A round one. We're just talking about what we're going to do with this window behind this door. Because again, it's where the stairs go up. So thinking of cutting it in half and having a little at the bottom, little window under the stairs to illuminate Harry Potter.
You could call them with lots. You could have called them.
I don't know how to do it.
Well, you need lots. Put oil in them and they break. You end up with making out a bottle with
Also, breaking up horribly. Oh, great. I'm having a bit of a rant and it's breaking up. Shit. How are you doing on the internet there, mate? What are you doing?
Me?
Yeah. Sorry? I don't know. People say it's breaking up. I'm going to go to the 2. Yeah, if the store moved away right now, anyway, I wouldn't worry about the store
You know what?
so much. Yeah. Yeah, we do. Yeah. Okay, self tappers.
Actually, no, let's get this done. Right. So, can you leave this for like a long?
Well, we can do that alone. So you better leave till tomorrow. Make it fully dry all the way through. Oh, well, you got ready to
Yeah, but I thought we could sort of show the light on the video, like, oh, here's our window. Put it in place.
I'll give my box.
I know, but you're saying that it's not light.
We won't be dry on the outside, it will not be dry on the joint. Everyone goes to the track moisture.
Okay,
Sorry.
I didn't want to go to Stupidville anyway. Like,
Is that any better, by the way, though, if I'm watching a slow? Yeah, the internet's doing really badly. Has it got any better since I changed to a different stream, a different internet? So I changed 5 gigahertz to 2.4. It might be Marcus, you might be downloading,
Yeah.
you know, kinds of stuff. It's illegal in France. What's illegal in France? Me watching the normal service will be resumed very soon. Oh, stop me too. A bit more measuring. Can anyone know looks a bit better? One of your shoes having connection issues with trying distortion. Did you do a
Checking now.